Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, October 6th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely, lovely Monday in New York City, a scorching hot Monday in New York City, a scorching hot weekend, like 85 degrees around these parts in October. What a life! What a life. And speaking of which, before I forget, off the top, very important to know that today is a very important and special day here on the program. Yeah, we didn't even talk about this before, Frankie. Happy birthday to our fearless leader, the one and only Director Andy. Hey! Feliz cumpleaños! A ti. Aki or a ti?
A ti, yeah.
A ti, yeah, there it is.
Thank you so much, guys.
Unbelievable. At 23 years young, which she is accomplishing in her life. Congratulations. It's great for you to be here, spending your day with us in that control room over there. Let's get a shot of the control room right now. Is there a shot of the control room that we can get? We didn't practice any of this. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Everyone's there. Oh, yeah. Back to the music. I like this, Frank. It's a bit of a mega mix. Back and forth. Does Prince still own that song? Or is it John Lennon?
Disney owned it for a while.
Paul McCartney?
I think it's now finally back into like public domain.
Liam Gallagher? Yes. Anyway, it's a great day to be alive. Happy birthday to Andy. We appreciate her very much. And there's obviously much to talk about on this post-pay-per-view Monday. UFC 320 has come and gone. By now you know. The new champion in the light heavyweight division is an old face. It's Alex Poatan Pereira. He needs just 80 seconds to dispose of one Magomed Ankalaev. Obviously, we're going to talk about that. And the rest of the big results from the card. Merab Dvalishvili is at this point undeniable, as they say. He has won 14 fights in a row, 3 successful title defenses in this calendar year alone. He is hoping for a 4th in December. We're going to talk to his coach, John Wood, about that. We'll get with Merab in the very near future, have no fear, but a very impressive win over Cory Sandhagen, who I obviously think the world of. Almost stopped Cory in the second round, which would have been his first win via stoppage on the feet since his spinning back fist KO of Rafion Stotts, the fight that got him into the UFC. So that was back in 2017. So it had been a while. Didn't do it in the end, won via decision, but a dominant win. And then what about Jiri Prochazka? That comeback win over Khalil Rountree, and then everything that happened afterwards. Want to talk about all of that and more on the program. Today on the show, John Wood going to join us at 2 o'clock, head coach for both Rountree and Merab, back-to-back fights, a roller coaster of emotions, no doubt, for the head man over at Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas. Appreciate him joining us. At 2:30, we're going to be joined by Youssef Zalal, who threw one strike. It was just a teep and nothing else. No strikes via his hands, and ended up submitting Josh Emmett in about 90 seconds time, I think 98 to be exact. Huge win for the Moroccan Devil, who was on the short list for Comeback Fighter of the Year in 2024 and continues to roll here in 2025. So we'll talk to him at 2:30. At 3 o'clock, Veronica Hardy, who got back on track. Big win for her. She had not fought in about 11 months, but had a win in the curtain jerker on Saturday. A familiar spot for her. She doesn't seem to mind, but she's Frank's favorite fight. Is it Hardy and then Serrano, or is it Serrano and then Hardy?
Different sports, man.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, she's going to join us to talk about the big win on Saturday. And then as far as interviews go, we'll round out the day with Jiri Prochazka, the pride of the Czech Republic, Mr. Let's Go For That, Mr. BJP himself, who had another thrilling, as I said on Saturday, Merab is undeniable, Jiri is inevitable. And it just always seems like he is never done, and he's going to pull something crazy out of his back pocket, and he did so on Saturday in that third round. And he just landed in Prague, and he's going to join us at about 3:30 our time, 9:30 his time. Appreciate him very much. Thank you, Jiri. This is the lineup. I'm looking forward to getting into it all. But let me start here, if I can, because I feel like since we last spoke, you and I on this show, not the post show that I did with Pizzi, who will join us in a matter of moments as well on Friday, or the post show that I did with Pizzi on Saturday. Since we last spoke, a lot has happened for me on an emotional level. I feel like it has been a very emotional, 5 or so days since we last spoke, and I'll explain why, if I may. So I left here on Wednesday not feeling great, not like I had a stomach ache or anything like that, but I didn't like the way Wednesday played out, in large part because, as we talked about on Wednesday, I promoted the fact, I told you all, and I feel very strongly about this. The guest's going to be on, we have to deliver. And, most shows that you consume aren't live. There's, in the sports space, and really in the entire podcast space, there's McAfee, The Best, Lebitard, Rich Eisen, Dan Patrick, us. There aren't a lot of shows that are live that have guests. So when someone promotes, let's say Logan Paul promotes that so-and-so is going to be on his very popular podcast, that interview is already in the can. Bill Simmons promotes so-and-so is going to be on a show. That interview's in the can. So when you promote it, there's no worry that it's going to fall through. This is the worry that I've been living with for the past 16 years because you never know. Like Jiri might not show up today. More often than not, 98% of the time, the guests show up. And so there's a trust that comes with that. There's an accountability that comes with that. And so I hate, especially when it's a guest of that stature, Conor McGregor, I hate when we don't come through. And I take it very, very, very seriously and very personally. I feel like I let you down. Now, I do want to clear something up because later in that day, you saw that Conor did some media. He was on Fox News. He did some stuff for DAZN. He did a media call, all this stuff. And I saw some people say like, oh, he chose them over you, or oh, he went that route instead of going on your show. And so I just want to clear something up. Conor didn't no-show this show. For lack of a better explanation, at least for now, it was discussed beforehand that coming on the show last Wednesday wasn't the right time for us and for him, if you catch my drift. So this was a mutual decision, okay? So I hope people understand that. We weren't left at the altar. We weren't left with egg on our faces because we were standing there hoping he would show up. This was something that was discussed and in the end determined that this wasn't the right time to have this interview in studio. So I want to clear that up, and I hope it makes sense. And perhaps we could talk about it down the line. But that's all I'll say about that. And so, despite that, I go home feeling like crap. I felt like I let you guys down. And I don't like that feeling. That night, it's the beginning of Yom Kippur where we fast. You have this big meal. I spend the whole day in a synagogue. And for me, Yom Kippur is a day that I dread because of the fasting, and you're tired and you're hungry and you're thirsty and all that stuff. But my favorite time is like the last hour, usually like 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Because I feel like, and I'm not trying to get too deep on you guys, I respect all religion. I believe in God. I believe in religion. I wish we lived in a world where all religions respect each other and we all had, sort of like the common courtesy to understand that people come from different walks of life and we should all be, kind and loving to each other, no matter the God you believe in or what you believe in, even if you don't believe in God. But I always feel like for me and my faith, that last hour, I feel the closest possible to God. And I feel like because you're so tired, you're so hungry, you're a little bit loopy, you're in a room with a bunch of other people who feel the same way. There's some songs that you sing and some things that you say where you feel like you are saying sorry, you're opening yourself up, and you're kind of sacrificing yourself. You have just sacrificed the last 24 hours. I love that last hour. I love it. And it's spiritual. And I went into the holiday feeling like crap. And then I left the next day. I got out of the holiday feeling like I had been sort of cleansed. And look, there are bigger things in life than interviews falling through and all this stuff. But like, I take this stuff way too seriously. And I felt like by Thursday night, I was cleansed. So that was a roller coaster in its own right. Like it kind of like kicked me back into, a normal mindset. All right, like what? Just relax. There's a bigger purpose out there, and there's more to worry about. On Friday, I'm excited about this PFL card. We had been talking about this PFL card. We had been talking about Hughes and Nurmagomedov, it being the most anticipated fight in PFL history. Amazing main event. You got 2 champions being crowned on this card. Sergio Pettis has an incredible knockout. Francis is there with Don Davis and Dakota. It feels like PFL is figuring things out. John Martin is there. They've got a face. It's a fresh face. It's a new era. It's a new coat of paint. They're streamlining things. Usman and Paul ends up being a great fight, just as entertaining as the first one. And then we hear the scorecards, and we hear the 50-45, and we hear the 49-46. And let me just say, after doing some, investigation, we made a big deal about it in the post-fight show. The tweeting of the scorecards had nothing to do with the actual scorecards. That was just a mistake in the moment, and I have no doubt that one had nothing to do with the other. It did seem weird at the time, but one had nothing to do with the other. What was weird, and is still weird, and we still have no explanation, and I haven't seen anyone from the PFL distance themselves from it, is the 50-45 and 49-46. And I saw some people say, like, look, at the end of the day, you're talking about one round. No, you're not. You're not talking about one round. I actually hate when it's a 3-2 fight and people say, oh, it's a robbery because it went 3-2 the other way. Or, oh, man, it was 3-2 and they gave it a 4-1. Okay, that's one round. You gave this one judge, Derek Minner, gave Paul Hughes 0 rounds. There's just no explanation for that. Like, to me, 2, 3, and 5 were relatively easy rounds to score in his favor. 2, 3, and 5, 1 and 4 for Usman. But in the end, I'm okay with the 3-2 Usman score, which one judge gave. The other two, 49-46 and 50-45, are indefensible, absolutely indefensible. And the 50-45, to me, is criminal. Like, there should be an investigation into that. What the hell were you looking at? And that left a sour taste in my mouth. I was pissed on Friday night because I was watching that thinking, what the hell did we just witness? What is going on here? Now, people will throw out their theories, their conspiracies about where the fight was and who the fight was scored in favor of and all this stuff. And I can't get into that because that is not fair. I don't have any evidence that would suggest that anyone was in on the take or anything like that. But what I do know is 50-45 is indefensible. And there needs to be an investigation. And that guy should not judge MMA or combat sports until he proves that he knows what he's looking at. He knows what he's scoring. But I felt like something was rotten there. And so I went into Saturday feeling like, man, now we got 320 and we got this BKFC show. Like, man, there are times where you're like, what is this? What are we doing? What are we devoting our lives to? This is corrupt. But then things changed on Saturday for me. On Saturday, and I'll just say it here now, because he didn't put it out, and I bugged him about this, but I'll say it. There's a new member of the Uncrowned team. His name is E. Casey Leiden. You may know him if you're a longtime fan of our work. And when I say our work, I had been working with him since 2009. 2009, our first show together was UFC 104. Every single interview from 2009 till me leaving to ESPN in 2018, every single memorable one. The Conor walk and talk, the Bisping walk and talk, Rampage in Japan, the sit downs with CM Punk, every single John Jones, Daniel Cormier, DJ, all that stuff. 09 to 18, it was Casey and I. And obviously often his wife, Esther, would help out. She was the photographer. He was the videographer. He was the guy with me when I got kicked out of the Forum in Inglewood in 2016. Every single show, every single city, every single venue, we were together. I went to ESPN. I came back to MMA fighting, but when I came back to MMA fighting, we were just doing the show. We weren't doing stuff on the road. Well, he is now a member of Uncrowned. He has officially joined us as of last week. And I can't freaking wait because this is the beginning of Uncrowned Films, where we're going to go back to our old on the road, boots on the ground, doc style, walk and talks, but better than that. We're going to tell stories. It's not just going to be about covering the event. We're going to tell long form stories of all kinds. And we did our first on Saturday. We went to BKFC. The show started earlier in the day. We got there at about 2:45. No one was there. And I got to give thanks to BKFC. They really didn't ask us any questions, and they let us do whatever we wanted, however we wanted, without any sort of restrictions. We got to go everywhere. Every locker room, on the ring, ringside, in the back, the ramp, all that stuff. It was amazing. It was rejuvenating. This felt like the old days, but better, because I can't wait for you guys to see what we have put out. I can't wait for you guys to see the access. I can't wait for you to see it's my chance to do the Louis Theroux stuff that I've been wanting to do for a very long time. We've got another trip planned next week. Uncrowned Films is the last pillar. We had the doc, we have the website.com, we have the shows, the studio, YouTube, podcast, the writing. This was the last thing. And we're off and running. Want to see how we're off and running? Here's a taste. Here's a taste for you. This is going to premiere next week because we got to put it together. It's a feature film here of many that are coming out. But do you want to see the access? Do you want to see what we have in store? This couldn't have been a better start. Couldn't have been a better start because it was genuine. It was heartfelt. The people at BKFC were so happy to have us, but didn't get in our way. Didn't try to change our opinion. Didn't try to influence us. Didn't try to campaign for anything. They said, here it is. Cover it. Do whatever you want. And we were everywhere. In the back, ringside, like I said, everywhere. Here's a taste of what we shot on Saturday. Are you proud of yourself?
It's hard to answer right now, my third fight this year, 39. Fucking continue to get better. I shot for something big. Just trying to reach financial freedom for my family, and took a big risk that no one really wants to take. Did my best. Yeah, the guy's fucking tough. He's a little bit bigger. He hits hard as fuck. I'm proud of myself.
Should be.
I can keep my head high on that. And it's just tough loss.
You have no idea what's coming. Casey's the best. Me and him, like the old days. Prudential Center, where we did the interview with Nate Diaz. Kurt Pellegrino walks by. The Rashad Evans after UFC 128 interview. Dana after John Jones wins the belt. You have no idea. I can't wait to show you guys this. And I can't wait to show you the other stuff we have in store. Believe in us. Stick with us. I felt rejuvenated because I'm being honest with you guys. The UFC pay-per-views, I always go through a range of emotions. I'm being like oversharing here, but obviously I used to be at all the events and front and center, and we'd be on the road and stuff. And there's like a high and a low, and this is what I chose. But there's some FOMO. I didn't have any of that on Saturday because I felt it, and I was reminded why I love this so much. I was reminded why I got into this, and so that ends just as the main card is starting, and so I'm able to watch live the main card. And the main card on Saturday starts with a big Joe Pyfer win. Congrats to him. He'll be on the show tomorrow. A Youssef Zalal win. Congrats to him. He'll be on the show today. And then it's the fight that I was really looking forward to. Remember when it was first announced, I said I was looking forward to this fight more than any. It was Jiri versus Khalil. First 2 rounds, it's all Khalil. First 2 rounds, they're questioning whether Jiri can continue. What's up with his feet? What's up with his legs? What's up with his movement? And then you know what happened in the third. And then you fast forward to the co-main event, and you see Merab coming out looking fresh to death with the Oakleys. And I told you guys last week, I don't know if there's been a title fight as of late where I felt like I had such love and admiration for both guys. I didn't want to see both guys lose. Merab, Cory, loved them both. Kind, genuine, lovable characters. There has to be a winner. Merab's the winner. Congrats to him. 14 in a row. It's unbelievable. I feel for Cory as well. But it was great. There was sportsmanship. There was respect. Highest of high levels. And then there's Alex Pereira. Main event. The crowd behind him. The walkout. The bow and arrow. The pace. The look on his face. The closing of the distance. The intensity. The ferocity. The viciousness. Dropping him with the right and then finishing him with the elbows, the ground and pound, the body shots in 80 seconds. And then that thing. Famous. Shama. not dead, not going anywhere. He is back. The great post-fight interview. And I asked myself after, how can you not feel emotion after seeing this? How could you not be romantic about all this? And I'm not saying this in a joking way. This is why we love it. This is why we're obsessed with it. This is why we have devoted our lives to this sport. Because everything about those dudes, Jiri, Alex, they are themselves. They are genuine. They are authentic. That's why we love them. They're so different. They're so unique. Where else do you get characters like this? They take us on these journeys, these emotional journeys, and you fall in love with them, and your heart breaks for them when they falter, and you feel like you have won as well, like humanity has won when they overcome obstacles and achieve greatness. And they represent, and Merab included, they represent everything that every fighter should strive to be, and that is themselves. This is why the Magomed thing never worked. This is why, look, part of that loss is on his manager's shoulders. His manager, Ali Abdelaziz, whether he wants to admit it or not, whether he wants to call his critics virgins or not, like an absolute embarrassing statement, if there ever was one from him. You lit a fire under this guy's ass. He loses that fight in March, he might just say, you know what, I'm just going to go up to heavyweight. What's the point? No, you pissed him off. You pissed off Jiri as well. And look at what it turned into. But the reason why people aren't drawn to it is because it's not real. They know it's not coming from him, from Magomed. Why does Colby not connect with people? Because it's not real. It's not authentic. Alex and Jiri have nothing to do with each other. They couldn't be more different, but they are real. They are authentic. They make us feel something. Look at GC. Look at his reaction to Jiri. You don't react that way unless you feel something about a guy who takes you on that journey. If you missed it, here it is.
Oh, spinning elbow from Jiri. 2 minutes to go. Jiri, empty the tank, man.
He's trying.
Oh, couple big shots from Jiri. Khalil slap. He's down. It's over. Jiri. Boom. The samurai puts him to sleep. Man. I love this man.
Oh.
I'm coming!
Let's go, Jiri. Woo! How can you not love this guy? Oh, puts the check flag on. A couple big breaths. Oh, let's go. How can you not be a fan of this man?
Delivered.
Boom!
He couldn't be more right. How could you not love this guy? I would add, how could you not love this sport? How could you not be a fan of this guy or this man? How could you not be a fan of this sport? Because of characters like that who take us on these journeys, who make us feel something. Fuck, I was sitting there watching Mike Perry and Jeremy Stevens looking like they were on the brink of death, and they kept going. They kept going, obviously for financial gain, obviously for legacy and all the things that come with it. But man, it's different. It's so different. And witnessing that, and then seeing what Alex did, seeing what Merab did, seeing what Jiri did, then seeing Jiri in the front row crying like a proud father, crying because the guy who beat him twice beat the guy who disrespected him. Because Alex never disrespected Jiri. Look at this guy. You would think that they were best friends, crying for no other reason. Not because he's like, oh shit, now I might not get a title shot. Because he wanted his brother in arms, the guy that he bonded with. He wanted him to beat the guy that was disrespectful, that talked shit via his manager. Now, there's obviously a difference between Carlos and Jiri here. Carlos doesn't have that connection. I get it. Carlos wants next. This dude is like, yes, you did it for us, for the honor. That's real. That is beautiful. How do you not feel some sort of way about this? It's fucking amazing. It's beautiful. I love everything about it. I love everything about it. And so that's why and by the way, we end the night with scenes of Merab at the nightclub in Las Vegas going another 10 rounds. Footage from his manager, Danny Rubenstein here. Look at this guy. This guy's at XS in Las Vegas putting on a show. What is this? What is happening here? How do you not love this? Same dude that was jumping into frozen ponds. There's footage of him kicking walls as he's a carpenter, working in construction. Look at this guy. How do you not love this? Where else do you get this? He just fought for 5 rounds against one of the best fighters in the world. He just won his 3rd title fight of the year. Third title defense, looking for 4. How do you not love this? And so that's when I talk about the range of emotions. I felt like shit about everything, about life on Wednesday. I speak to God on Thursday. I want nothing to do with MMA on Friday. And I fall in love again on Saturday. It's a beautiful thing. And happy to be here to talk about it all with you guys on Monday. Great Jays win. Actually, 2 wins. Saturday, Sunday. Bad Bills loss. We're not going to talk about that. We'll just move on and say hello to the rest of the crew. Hi, guys. How are you? How's everyone?
Doing great. How about you?
Yeah, doing great.
I'm doing fantastic, man. You couldn't have put that more eloquently. The art of this sport is incredible.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And you guys got to go to the Smashing Machine pop-up, too.
Yeah, we sure did.
You've been wearing the merch on the watch party.
Some arcade games. Yeah, Rick with the big Nautica sweater.
Shout out.
It's a good time, man.
Coleman shirt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hammer House on the back. And then Coleman was at the event. Oh yeah, here we are. We did Mark Kerr versus Mark Coleman. Battle of the Marks.
By the way, something just occurred to me. Pizzi, didn't we say that when you do the post show, you don't come on Mondays? And I just saw you and I was like, wait a second. Why is Pizzi here? Did I screw that up?
Listen, you put up the bat signal.
Yeah,
I forgot. I forgot.
It.
Oh man, you must have been. Why didn't you just say?
I was working already today. You woke up, you text. I was already.
I didn't know. I forgot. You could leave now. You go. I mean, because you know what? I was gonna say. You know what I was gonna say, Pizzi. We didn't hear from you on Saturday, but I was like, wait a second. We actually did hear from you. I actually heard a lot from you this weekend on Friday and Saturday.
Pizzi, the hair looks class.
The hair looks fantastic.
Thanks. I thought Frank said that as well. I didn't do anything different. I've just been wearing hats for the last few days. But as you can see, it's quite a bit of lettuce we've got going on here. I just need to get a cut.
Little blow dry or something?
No, really not. But we just walk the dog.
I do want to start here. You look fantastic. If you want to leave, you could leave. And I apologize. I forgot about our arrangement. Honestly,
too late now. He's
Pizzi, get the fuck out.
You could come back and it'll be a 3-shot. Pizzi, when you and I were reacting, if you're gone, feel free not to answer.
You can leave, man. Let me immediately address you.
When you and I were reacting on Saturday, we were talking about, okay, what happens now? Alex, Jiri, Alex, Ulberg. I feel like so much has happened since because Pereira did all the media. We sort of figured it out, kind of figuring it. Okay, he said in the post-fight interview, hey, I had something planned, but as a result of the news that came out on Friday, heartbreaking, devastating news, John Jones's brother, the great Arthur Jones, tremendous football player, Syracuse University, Indianapolis Colts, Baltimore Ravens, shockingly, tragically dying at the age of 39. And obviously we send our best wishes to the family and our heart breaks because I've had the opportunity to meet him a few times. Just a lovely, lovely guy. And no one really says a bad word about Arthur Jones. Just a lovely guy and a very talented young man. Alex insinuates, hey, I wanted to say something. I had a plan, but because of this news, I just want to take a moment of silence. And everyone actually really respected it, which was another beautiful moment. And here's John Jones reacting to it all. But then when he got to the back and did the media, did the press conference, did the podcast and all this stuff, he pretty much laid it out. I want to fight at heavyweight next. I want to fight John Jones. I want to fight John Jones at the White House. I want super fights. I'm kind of done with this. And I've had some time to digest it, and I want to ask you as well. I love it. I don't know if John does. I don't know if this is what John wants, but to me, John Jones versus Alex Pereira is honestly just as big as Jones versus Aspinall if we're not talking about belts. And I saw Henry Cejudo say, oh, make it for the BMF. Why? Who gives a fuck? It's John Jones versus Alex Pereira. You don't need some bullshit title attached to it all. It's a massive fight, and it would be a massive fight anywhere, including the White House, which we found out via the President Trump earlier today or yesterday, that he said it's going to happen on June 14th, which happens to be his birthday, which happens to also be a Sunday, which is interesting, but we'll have more time to dissect that. What do you think of this idea now? The guy wins the belt. He disposes of Ankalaev. Usually the UFC doesn't like this sort of thing, but maybe they're happy he got rid of Ankalaev, if we're being honest. Do you just do it? Do you give the guy the opportunity, vacate the title, and have Ulberg fight Prochazka for the vacant title?
Look, if you're going to vacate the title, that's a great fight to do. I think that's one that the people get behind straight away. Look, you mentioned there, the UFC don't kind of do this kind of thing. You know, they don't like, a champion moving up a weight class, to do this kind of thing. I think an extra layer is added to this because of how the Jones situation played out with Aspinall. Essentially, at this stage, if they're doing that, they're just giving Jones what he wanted all along. We already know there's some hesitation from Dana White as to putting John Jones on this card. He's talked about his lack of reliability and things like this. And just from Aspinall's point of view, who isn't in this equation in terms of what Pereira's pitching here, I can see him being a bit peeved at that as well. Like, essentially, right, you've dragged my career out for so long waiting for this Jones fight to happen. At that point, Jones said, I actually want to fight Alex Pereira. That was against what Dana White wanted, against what Aspinall wanted. And now, essentially, you're just going to give it to him. I can see there being some issues there. And I don't think Dana White is over what happened there with Jones and Aspinall.
What do you think, Rick?
It's worth noting, though, that that's consistent, right? John has always said, it is the challenge that I want. It's the name. It's the status. That is consistent with what John Jones has said.
He asked for this, right? After the Miocic fight.
He wanted this fight.
Yes.
He did not want to fight Tom. Now, I think it has evolved, right? At first, I thought, okay, if you pay him, he'll fight Tom, and that seemed to not be the case, right? So now there's a little more at play there. But he has been pretty consistent. He is looking for the biggest names, the biggest challenges. And I said when we were talking about these fights, a year ago, I was saying that Alex versus John is a bigger fight than John versus Tom. And you guys were beating the drum for Tom versus John. I understood it. This is still a bigger fight. Alex versus John is still a bigger fight than Tom versus John. And so if this was to be made, it would be great business for the UFC. It'd be a great challenge for John Jones. It'd be an opportunity for Alex to really stake his claim in a new division. The one thing is, I also raised this last week. I said, I want Alex to go up to heavyweight, win or lose. You guys both said, or everybody else basically said, Carlos has to get his shot first. Do you still feel that way? Does Carlos have to get a shot at Alex?
I don't think so, Rick. I think
I don't either.
What Jiri did, the aura battle, as me and Ariel talked about on Saturday. I mean, it was a first round TKO between Jiri and Ulberg in terms of the public opinion, what he did that night. Look at GC's reaction. That is the fan base. Essentially, after watching,
every single fan watching on Saturday had a similar reaction, I would imagine.
All of us.
All right, so then
what's crazy is the finish, but also the 3 minutes leading up to that was like edge of your seat the entire time. Like, can he actually pull this off? It was incredible.
Let me change the question then.
Okay.
Do we need to see Jiri get a third crack before we do?
See, that's what's making this so difficult. Like, the star power that Jiri has, the emotion that he invokes out of the fans, everything that comes along with him, the exciting fights that he puts on, you want to see him fight for a title. But the fact that if Alex Pereira stays at 205 and it has to be against Alex Pereira, neither of those fights were particularly competitive. So do we want to see a third one?
Here's the thing. I think it's a pretty easy answer for the UFC.
Okay.
You are entering a new era. You are telling us you're going to make the biggest fight. I mean, it's a little bit funny hearing Dana talk about how big next year is going to be and beyond, and how great the teams are working together, as he's essentially coming off ESPN Air and had told us for the last 7 years how great it was with ESPN, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just how this goes. You are entering this new era. You're going to have shows on broadcast TV. You're killing pay-per-view, but you want people to sign up for Paramount Plus. You make the biggest fights possible. And you start next year after a pretty somewhat ho-hum last couple of years. You start next year with a bang. You make Ulberg versus Prochazka for the vacant title. You have Alex move up, and you make Alex versus John Jones. And Alex versus John Jones is a huge, huge fight because John wanted it and Alex wants it. So there should not be any obstacle. If there is a reason for this fight not being made, it's because of the UFC. And now you're going to be viewed once again as the entity that didn't make the big fight. Here you have a chance to course correct a little bit. You have a chance to let people know, like, no, we do make the big fights. We have two superstars that want this fight, and they're both essentially red hot. John is coming off a huge win, a huge move up to heavyweight. Alex now got his groove back. Perfect. Aspinall has to win on October 25th. And by the way, this is good for Aspinall's business because he could say, look, John came back and didn't fight me. See, he wanted nothing to do with me. Yeah. All right, great. But then if John wins and if Alex wins, guess who's sitting pretty saying, come on, big boys. Now what are you going to do? Now you're going to duck me again? Because I can assure you Alex wouldn't duck Tom Aspinall. I think he just wants that legacy fight first. And if he beats John, I don't think Alex would have an issue fighting Tom. He doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. Now, John might be a different beast, but those dudes residing in the heavyweight division is way better for A, the heavyweight division, B, the UFC, and Tom Aspinall. Even if he's not fighting them, it just elevates everything. So let him fight Volkov after that. Let him be the guy that no one wants to fight, but is the king of the whole thing. You know what I mean? So
I'm a little bit unsure of that part because I don't know that Alex wants to fight Tom. if Alex wanted to fight Tom,
what's he gonna do?
He could have called out Tom. He
Beat
called out John.
No, he wants John first, and I get that.
Yeah,
John is the legacy fight, but you think he'll beat John and walk away?
No. What if he fights at light heavyweight or does something else?
He's gonna go back. Nah, Alex ain't that guy.
I
don't believe he's that
I
guy.
don't feel that there's any certainty around that. That's
way
my
more
only
certainty
concern.
of if he wins, he's fighting Tom, as opposed to if John wins, he's fighting Tom.
I don't think
Way
either
more.
is certain.
Way
I don't feel.
Wait,
I
you
don't
gotta
feel
say-
strong on either.
It can't be 50-50.
No, I agree with you. I think Alex is much more likely. Also, if he beats John Jones, he has that win in a heavyweight. And now I think he would want to go for that legacy of potentially having 3 division championships.
He could. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as sure. I'm not saying it's not going to happen.
Comes
and
back
it's
down
not
to
about Alex.
205?
For
Yeah,
what?
He could have.
There's
for
literally
what?
one fight for him at 205,
John
and that's
or
Carlos
Tom.
Alberg.
He could have said, "I want
Yeah.
Tom." Tom's name never came out of his mouth, and that's the part that gives me a little bit of hesitation.
I think it's because
the same way Tom hasn't motivated these guys in that way.
to
And
your
that's-
point, though, John Jones is the much bigger fight right now for him.
I agree. I've always thought that.
Tom
I know, I'm
himself
saying,
would
to your
say,
point.
I think Tom himself would say, I get it. I get it. All right, you want to fight Tom? You want to fight John Jones just like I wanted to fight John Jones.
Yeah.
You want to beat John just like I did. And ultimately, if
gets
John picks Alex, great. But I think then he'll be waiting there. That's only.
He might.
By the way, we're getting closer. It's only 8 months away now.
I was
you know
going
what
to say,
I mean?
is this happening at Casablanca?
Gotta be.
They're saying it's going to be the biggest card ever.
Said for like these two lads
Conor McGregor,
fighting in
John
a
Jones,
division
yeah,
that Tom is meant to be the king of, and all of this public interest being in that and not on the champion.
Tom
I
is
think
always the
that's-
odd man out. It's
Yes.
unfortunate, and it's not by any doing of his own.
And this would fortify this, right? Like that would fortify that issue.
It would be another one where it's like Tom is not the big star that everybody wants him to be.
You know why he's the odd man out? Not because he's not a big star. Not because he's like the dude. Not because he's Magomed Ankalaev with the belt. It's because no one wants to fight this guy because he's
I
the
agree
baddest
with you.
man on the planet. And,
think it's
and,
both.
And by the way, you can't deny, I mean, we've witnessed it on our channel. He's popular. You do something with Tom, it gets big numbers. So people aren't apathetic towards him. They just want nothing to do with him. John Jones wants nothing to do with Tom Aspinall. He is coming back now to not fight. He has never said once in the comeback, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm coming to fight Tom. I'm coming to fight Tom Aspinall and shut him up. This guy disrespected me. He's never said Tom. He just said, I want to fight at the White House. He never said, I want to fight Tom Aspinall. Am I wrong?
Right. No, that's right.
So now Alex gave him the lifeline. Great. Now, who knows? By the way, worth noting, John just lost his brother. Who knows? Maybe he never wants to come back.
Yeah.
It's a very possible thing. Like, who knows? And again, awful story. But if that is still the case, if he really does want to fight at the White House, and it could go the opposite way, right? Maybe you could say like, wow, you know, I'm in my prime. I need to go for it. I need to do it for my brother. Who knows? I have no issue with him saying, now that he's not the champion anymore, let me fight Alex, and then we see how the chips fall. And I have no issue with saying right here and now, if Alex beats John, I believe he will fight Tom Aspinall. I don't think he'll duck Tom Aspinall. And so all of this is good for Tom because he could say, look at these guys. They want nothing to do with me. I'm still the man. And bring me your Jalton Almeidas. It wouldn't be the worst thing for Tom Aspinall to have a few quick fights against Almeida, Gane, and Volkov if they are quick fights. You know what I mean?
I just want to clarify my position because I think Tom is amazing and I think he's a huge asset to the UFC. In both these scenarios, he is the one with less leverage. In both the scenarios, he has less leverage than Alex Pereira. He has less leverage than John Jones. And so even if Alex is willing to fight Tom, he does not have to fight Tom. He is a bigger star, and he would have had a win over John Jones. And Tom's the one that needs Alex more than Alex needs Tom in that scenario. So it's not that I don't think Alex is willing to fight Tom. It's that I don't think he needs to fight Tom. Tom needs these guys more than they need him. And that's the unfortunate reality around the heavyweight champ at the moment.
Yeah, but if he wants that third title and make history,
he would have to go there.
Who else
No
is
doubt.
there
It's Tom.
for Alex after John?
yeah.
Because
I would want to see it.
Dude,
and I
if
think
he
should.
fights John Jones and beats him,
Yeah.
and then goes and fights Tom and beats him, you have to start talking about him being the greatest ever.
He's the GOAT if he does that.
Period. There's like no discussion anymore.
No, there's no convo if he does that.
So it's right
you
there.
imagine?
He's got a 2-fight plan, and by the way, the money I can't imagine what it's going to be. This guy was a few Magomed takedowns away on Saturday from like now us talking about him fighting Mingyang Zhang next. You know what I mean? And now he has set himself up for 2 fights in 2026, potentially June and December, where he's on the verge of legit history. It's right there for him. It's literally right there.
The game
Go for
plan
it.
is there, 100%.
And by the way, it's all with House's money too. Dana said on Saturday, my hesitancy is this guy's a middleweight. He's not a middleweight. He's not moving up 3 weight class. He's a 205er who walks around at 240.
I don't think he could physically get back to middleweight at this point.
No.
That's how big he is. What was he, like 231 or something in the cage on Saturday?
Yeah.
This is perfect.
This guy can fight at heavyweight.
Heavyweight's a division where you don't necessarily also want to be 265 at all times, right? Like Tom is obviously a big heavyweight. John is a big heavyweight, but it's not a lot of muscle, right? There's some extra fat on John when he fights at heavyweight.
How dare
but
you?
Call John Jones fat.
we've seen the cruiserweight style, right? Who's the best heavyweight in the world in boxing right now? It's Usyk. It's not Tyson Fury. It's not Anthony Joshua. It's not the big boys. It's not the massive guys. At heavyweight, sometimes you want to be that like leaner, smaller, quicker, more agile fighter that Alex could be. I think Alex would do great at heavyweight, and we have seen him move multiple divisions at kickboxing as well. Like he'd be fine.
Let me tell you something. The UFC has a massive opportunity here, a lifeline to course correct over the last few years, to shed the label that, hey, we don't make the big fights. Let me take it one step further. Francis is sitting right there. You just got all this money. Go and fucking get this guy.
Yes.
Go and get this guy.
Yes.
He's sitting.
Do Francis beat Tom?
Yes.
Tom?
He's sitting
Come
right
on.
there.
I
This ain't gonna
predicted
happen.
this on our prediction show.
He's sitting
I thought
right
it
there.
this year.
Come on,
Next
Dana.
year.
We believe in you, Dana. Go get him. He's right there.
Francis versus
chance.
Tom is so much more intriguing for me than John versus Tom.
We're pig and shit.
That's the one.
Bro,
We would actually be pigs in
We're
shit if
we're
that
we're,
happened.
we're
It's not
looking
happening.
at a scenario. Let's get crazy here. We're looking at a scenario. 2026, 10 years after the greatest year in MMA history, Sweet 16. We're looking at Alex
reading a book
versus
now?
John, Tom versus Francis, which we just kind of came up with now. But let's just stick with me.
rumblings of
The the return of Conor
Here are the
McGregor.
rumblings. Ariel Helwani.
The return of Conor McGregor.
What are we talking?
And oh, by the way, the return of Ronda Rousey, which isn't a crazy thing. I told you this last week. This is a real thing. This is a real thing.
This is it. Oh, baby.
Ellison family, you have just stepped in.
Shit
How many
escalated
happened?
quickly there.
How many
Shit
happened?
escalates very quickly there.
Look at what they're looking at. Oh, by the way, by the way, Ilya versus Patty to start the year. I saw some people
In
saying
Bernabeu?
they're
Justin Gaethje is.
get out of here. It's right there. Ilya versus Patty is staring you in the face.
Yeah.
Are you out of your mind? With all due respect to Justin, he's staring right at you. Right there. Ilya Patty to start the year. Kayla versus Amanda Nunes? Like what? Who? Washed? What's washed? It's all right. Guys, it is all right there. If we're sitting here, God willing, December of 2026, and like 60% of these didn't happen, it's an epic failure. They are all right there for the taking.
Even Francis.
News for you.
You
I
think
think
there's
so.
more chance?
Every man has a price, as the great Ted DiBiase once said.
Oh, man.
Call up John Martin. Hey, John, Time Warner. Remember that? Didn't work out. This won't work out unless you take this fat bag of cash. All right?
Francis
Can I
definitely.
ask- can I
definitely
ask-
was
can I
right.
ask-
early.
We're all getting ahead of
Does
ourselves.
UFC have one to bring him back? Like how? Like
Can
how
everyone-
does that go about
What do you mean?
happening?
What do you mean?
Dana?
Petey's trying
I
to
don't think
calm the
Dana
room
wants to bring
here.
him back.
We've just said a lot of things there.
A lot of things,
We break
man.
this down.
Ronda
Can we
versus
just break this
Francis.
Okay, go one by one, Petey. Let's go.
All right. So Francis Ngannou v. Tom Aspinall is
Yeah,
one of them.
yeah.
Right now, quick show of hands. Who thinks that's going to happen?
Can I
My
just
hands
say
are cemented
before
to the floor.
before I put my hand up, I just want to say this is not coming from like when I say Ronda is a real thing, that's coming from a place of intel. When I say Francis versus Tom, no, that's from a place of hope. I just want to say that.
I predicted it and I stand by it. It's business. It's math.
It's business.
Tom cannot get the big fight. And as I said, and I continue to say, I love Tom Aspinall. Truly, I am a fan of his. But for one reason or another, Alex and John are more interested in each other than him. That's the reality of his position. He needs to continue to win to make it different. Francis Ngannou is the only name that matters, right? This Cyril Gane fight, I'm not interested in it. I know PT on the crack, you tried to pump it up. You tried to tell me why it's a compelling story. I could not care less because Tom is going to walk through him. And you can put that on wax. Tom is going to walk through Cyril. I'm not compelled by it, and I don't see anybody in the heavyweight division who can give him any problems. I sure want to see him avoid some Francis Ngannou shots And that's the guy that's left. That's the guy that's floating out there. There are no other guys coming up. The
I'm
heavyweight
giddy with
division
excitement right now.
Is barren. It's
I can't
trash.
think of anything else. It's
And
right there.
If Alex and John are tied up with each other, make that
Which is
fucking
incredible.
call to Francis. Make it.
Well, you got to make it.
What's
to
he
the
got? One
PFL.
fight left, right?
John, hey, how you doing?
It's a fight and a term, and it's a whole complicated thing. But
Call him.
Get J&D Associates on the phone. Johnny and Donnie.
Yeah.
Johnny
Talk
and
it out.
Donnie from the
Yeah.
PFL.
Easy
We
work.
all said some things that we regret.
Yeah. Easy work. And while you're at it, can you bring Paul Hughes over too?
We'll take Ditcheva as well.
Yeah.
You guys can have Pat.
You still want that Ankalaev? Do you still want to do that deal? Dean Thomas had a great idea.
We're sending Ankalaev and Patchy Mix for Francis,
Right.
Paul Hughes, and
Who
Dakota
says
Ditcheva.
no? Who says no?
Don and John say.
Guys, it's right there. It is right there.
It's just like the most optimistic 15 minutes of the show.
I know.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't-
Connor's
I don't
coming
think
back.
it's happening.
You don't-
Rousey's
wait,
coming back.
GC,
Francis is coming.
GC, when you say you don't think it's happening, which one?
Francis. I don't
Okay.
think Francis
What
is gonna
about
fight
Alex
again in the
versus
UFC.
John?
Yes, I actually do feel somewhat optimistic about that. I do
do
think
too.
it would have to. I feel like it needs to take place at the White House, though. I think that's for lack of a better term, the Trump card to bring.
Well, I have good
John
news for you.
out of retirement.
The guy named Trump just said it's happening and gave a date. So there is a White House card.
No. Like, I think that John Jones needs to be fighting on the White House card
Perfect.
to get him out. Yeah.
Perfect. No, because one could say like, oh well, that's never going to happen. The UFC is never going to have. A show
I
at
was
the
saying that. I was
White
down.
House.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are having a show at the White House, and John Jones wants to be on it, and so does Alex Pereira.
What do you
And
think
Alex
the
is
chance
hurt.
that it's you have Connor and John Jones fighting on that card?
That feels tough.
Why not?
Certainly you can, but man, you're really giving up.
You're giving up a lot.
significant Gate.
There's no
on-
no pay-per-view anymore, so you're not
I know,
giving up that.
But your
yes, the
premium
gate is.
event, you've now sacrificed one.
It's a big deal. But
Sacrifice one, but like it's DT4547's birthday, bro.
100%. 100%. The one thing I'm wondering about though is
It's his birthday?
he said it's his birthday.
June 14th.
June 14th
My birthday's on a Saturday.
is a Sunday. June
Yeah.
14th is a
It's actually
Sunday.
a Sunday.
But that's weird. But kind of cool if there's like a Sunday primetime UFC show.
That would be nuts.
Do we now think this is going to be the International Fight Week thing? Because now it's even earlier than usual. You know what I mean? So the only reason I bring this up is there a chance they're going to do a June 14th and
a July 4th-ish?
No, not July 4th, but like June 28th. Last year was June 28th, 29th.
How could you?
Who do you headline it with at that point?
Also,
Who knows? I mean, who knows who's going to be available between now and then? But
also the resources that are going to be required for this White House card. Like, how do you turn around in 2 weeks and do something like?
I think it's
that's
possible.
nuts.
Why I bring that up is, can you get to a point where it's like, hey, Alex versus John, it's America versus the world, whatever, and Connor, you're gonna look at the gate you'll get. You go 2 weeks later if you really do want to come back, because
Connor 2 weeks after.
yeah, and he doesn't fight on the White House card, but it's the same month, and now you're back in an arena.
Good luck selling that to Connor, who's been talking about this thing like
I know.
He said it's a done deal. It's like,
He also said he needs to get 100 million from Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's
And 100 million golden visas or 100 golden
Wait,
visas.
there's a few
don't forget.
things, a few flags on the play here.
But like John Jones is saying he wants to come back for the White House card. Like Conor McGregor has been going on like a world tour that this is his card and he's negotiating
I'm
with
just saying,
the US
if they
government
have
to
that
rest of it.
second date in June, which we don't know yet.
That's tough.
We don't know yet.
I feel like it's
know
the
what?
inverse. I feel like you tell John Jones andAlex Pereira, can you guys have
I got it. I solved it.
Okay.
You just come back to the White House. You do it on the
Two
fourth.
shows. Oh,
yeah,
You just
that
do
makes-
two shows
perfect.
at the White House.
No.
You didn't even think of that.
No. You have Tom Aspinall, Francis Ngannou headline 2 weeks later.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Not a
at the
bad
White
shout.
House.
Not a bad shout. White House becomes
double
the
White
new
House.
Apex, where they have it every month. It's small. It's intimate. It's easy to pull it off. 700,000 to replace
Keep the cage on the lawn.
If any like two of these things happen, it would be absolutely incredible, and it would be a great sign for the health of MMA.
How big of a deal is Ronda coming back?
It'd be a big deal, dude.
Because I have to be honest, like when we talk about it here and stuff, I don't feel a pop. I don't feel it's like, oh my God, the return. I think she has a lot of work to do to win people over.
But it would hit the casual space.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh, what do you do for work? It's like, oh, I work at Cover Combat Sports. Like, oh, remember that Holly Holm head kick on Ronda Rousey? It's like, yeah, dude, that was like 11 years ago. But yeah. I do remember
10
it.
to be exact.
10.
Yeah, I guess. Do you think she has work to do with the MMA fans? She really did turn her back. Like she said, I want nothing to do with you guys.
I
People
think
will tune in.
I think it would be better for her to keep acting the way she was acting.
Yeah.
Just disregard it. Like, she's also Ronda Rousey at the end of the day. Like, we have to just acknowledge that this is just who she is. She's always kind of been that way. And so I don't expect her to come hat in hand and be like, boy, I'm so sorry to the MMA fans and media. F that, by the way. Like, it would be incredible if she just healed off on everybody and was just like, I'm back, and I don't care if you like it or not. I think that'd be the best version of Ronda Rousey.
By the way, she has said...
It's an ability thing. It's an ability issue. You know, like, it feels like when Hoist Gracie came back to fight Matt Hughes in a way, for me. You know, it's like your skill set...
Depending on who she fights, right? Because Hughes was in his prime.
Is there some
yeah.
crazy crusher out there? Like, it's like Amanda and Kayla and then Juliana and then what? Like
Kayla.
Miesha Tate.
Probably give her some issues.
But what I'm saying is, like, Ronda could come back against the top 10 of the bantamweight division, and I'm not really, like, too scared for her. Like, I think the skills are going to be fine. There's not a lot here until you get to the championship level.
I think that I get what you're saying about Matt Hughes and Hoist Gracie, but Matt Hughes was like a killer in his prime. But you put Ronda in there against, I don't know, Raquel Pennington. I don't think that would happen. I don't think she gets smoked.
No, that's my point.
Yeah, I don't think
outside
she
of Kayla and Amanda and maybe Juliana, like, who are we looking at that we're like, Ronda can't come back?
At this point, we're bringing Ronda back as a setup to a title fight. Like, are you just bringing her back to fight?
And by the way, she
Raquel
won't be on the
Pennington
White House card. She has already said she doesn't want to be on the White House card. So it's not like we're stacking the deck. That would be insane.
Why didn't she want to be on the White House card?
I think I think she said it herself. She's not interested. I mean,
there you go. International Fight Week sorted then 2 weeks later.
And also another
That's
good point.
2 weeks
Good point.
later.
Yo,
good point. That's a great freaking point. That's a good.
What's Raquel Pennington doing?
Yeah,
Come on.
that is a great
Contract
point.
I love Rocky, baby.
Ronda
By the way, Miesha Tate 3. You wouldn't watch that?
Hell yes. Hell yes.
It's done.
You know?
Sorted.
Yes, I would watch
T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Ronda's always zigged when everybody's agged, and so even this White House card is another thing. I think it would be massive.
Okay, guys, I want to ask you one thing before we get to our first guest of the day, and that's something that I actually brought up, PT, but I don't think I actually asked you the question on Saturday, and I apologize, so I'll go to you first here. We were a little loopy, let's be honest. Is Merab, I hate the GOAT stuff, but I really do think he's the greatest bantamweight fighter and champion of all time. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think he's the hardest puzzle to solve.
But just based on the resume.
Yeah, and I know people will pull up numbers. Will pull up Dom Cruz's number, who was a great shout, like who was the guy everybody went to for so long. But I think right now I can't see past Merab, and every time he fights, he just proves to be the toughest puzzle to solve in the sport, I feel.
Dominic Cruz was the WEC bantamweight champion in December of 2010. He then defended the UFC title in 2011. He won the title, by the way, 2 fights prior against Brian Bowles. So let's say, okay, he wins it against Brian Bowles. Let's pretend like that is the UFC bantamweight
Yeah, because
title.
there's no other.
Yeah.
There's no other
He beats Joseph Benavidez. He beats Scott Jorgensen to successfully to successfully defend that title and then become the UFC champion in the final WEC show. He beats Uriah Faber. So that's one successful defense of the official title, even though he was champion already. Beats Demetrius Johnson. Vacates the title after that due to the injury. Wins it again against TJ Dillashaw. Defends it against Uriah. Loses it against Cody. And never wins it back. Merab, has won 14 fights in a row, which is 4th longest winning streak in the history of the sport. Has now successfully defended the title against Umar Nurmagomedov, Sean O'Malley, and Cory Sandhagen all in one calendar year. Is trying to do it for a 4th time this year. Prior to the Umar fight, beat Sean O'Malley to win the belt, beat Henry Cejudo, beat Petr Yan, beat Jose Aldo, beat Marlon Moraes, beat Cody Stamann, beat John Dodson, Gustavo Lopez, Casey Kenny, Brad Katona, Terrion Ware. It's an unbelievable run in which there weren't any controversies. No, like, this, that, it was close, this, that. Lost his first 2 fights in the UFC, and there aren't that many guys left, as we talked about on Saturday. There's maybe Mario Bautista who's fighting Umar Nurmagomedov. There's Ayman Zahabi against Marlon Vera coming up. There aren't that many big dogs left. Of course, he's going to have to probably fight Jan again, maybe Umar again down the line if he beats Bautista and maybe one more. I never thought I would get off the Dominic Cruz GOAT train, and I am off it.
Oh my God.
He is when it comes to the GOAT conversation, it's always twofold. It's who has the best resume and who's the best fighter, right? Those are not always the same. I think there are some times where the guy who has the best resume is not necessarily the best we've ever seen in that weight class. I think Merab is both. I think Merab is both the best fighter we've ever seen at bantamweight and has the best resume, is the best to have ever done it at bantamweight. So much so that I have him as my number 1 pound for pound, and I did not. That was the one I didn't foresee coming. I knew eventually he'd probably be the greatest bantamweight. He was certainly the best for a while in my mind, but number 1 pound for pound was going to be hard for me to move Islam out of Islam or Ilya. He's done it. There is nothing that Merab cannot do, and so I have him number 1 pound for pound. I think he's the best fighter on the planet right now, and I don't know how it changes, because the way that guy's work ethic is, the skill set that he has, the cardio is absolutely insane. Merab is unbelievable.
20 takedowns on Saturday against Cory Sandhagen, who's no chump. Most of the title fight. Over 117 takedowns in his career, most ever overall. It's unbelievable.
The crazy part about the 20 takedowns is he actually admitted there was a point where he was just doing it for funsies.
37 attempts.
How good do you have to be to do that to Cory Sandhagen, who is an elite fighter, to just be like for funsies taking him down? Merab is unbelievable, man.
Another thing that's so dangerous about him, because the resume is unbelievable. From that Marias fight like 4 years ago, it has been nothing but champions or title challengers, absolute killers in every single fight getting through them. Another thing that's incredibly dangerous about him is the humility. He gets on the post-fight speech and he's just like, yo, man, like anybody can beat me. Like, and the longer you guys give me in between fights, the better I'm going to get. Like, I am not going to stop working. I'm not going to stop improving. It's all about getting better. Who knows when the book is finally written on Merab Dvalishvili what that final resume looks like. I think right now he's already the best bantamweight ever, but the stats, the numbers that he's putting up, like he has potential to get into that upper echelon of not just bantamweight, but all-time greatness.
Pizzi, do you like the idea of him fighting in December in what would be the final ESPN pay-per-view ever, at least for now, at least for the next 7 years? And so it would probably be him and Jan and then Pantoja and Van. Do you like this idea? That's in a little over 2 months from now. I think it's like December 12th, 13th, 14th, 7th, whatever that like second or 7th, is it?
I believe, yeah.
So literally 2 months from tomorrow. What do you think of this?
I love it. And any MMA fan that doesn't love that is not an MMA fan, because these are two of the pound for pound best fighters in the world. And just want to see the guy fighting as much as possible. Like, it's becoming so fascinating watching this guy fight. It's not just, you know, the personality. It's not just the way he fights. Do you guys notice, like, he actually doesn't care when he loses early rounds of fights, because he's like, oh, I just kick in round 3. They're not going to be able to live with me. And he lost the first round to Sandhagen. He lost the first 2 rounds to Umar.
He responded to losing the first round to Sandhagen with a 10-8 in round 2.
Yeah.
Absolutely
it's
insane.
Close.
He knows that by the end of the fight, he won. Like, it's almost like he already knew.
Another thing, man, I think he can finish these guys, but he has too much fun. I think he's having too much fun. John Wood explicitly said to him twice on the corner, he's like, you have his neck, but you're not taking it. And he's like, oh yeah, no, I will. And then he goes back in, he pushes him up against the fence, knees him, and is like waving at people. And I'm just like, he just wants to be there. And I think the scenes of him outside the nightclub doing cartwheels, throwing kicks, topless, I think that's showing everybody, hey, do you know what? I kind of like having the spotlight on me.
To be fair, he did try to nuke him in round 2. He tried to get him out of there, but, you know, then he let him off, and he was like, sure, let's go 5.
Also, like, the championship medal, like, round 1 to Cory, and then round 4 was kind of close. So there was a world where if there was no 10-8, that it could have been potentially, like, really needing that 5th round going into it, and the coaches reflected that, and they were like, man, let's make sure we get this 5th round. He comes in, just turns up, just blows his doors off in the 5th round. Like, he just put the stamp on it, never made it close. It was incredible.
The issue that the UFC is going to have if he keeps winning is not only does he beat everyone, and he had to beat so many guys before he became champion, so he kind of was en route to lapping everyone even before if he was like this more popular guy, he would have had by now 7 title defenses, but they took a while to give him the shot. The problem is he's so active as well. You know, he's blowing through everyone in a calendar year. In 4 fights in a calendar year, potentially.
In the part where he
title
was
defenses.
Rising, as you were talking about, he used to have to beg for people to believe in him. Now he has to beg for you to believe in his opponents. Now he's on the mic after the fights begging for you to be like, okay, maybe Jan has a chance. Like, he's desperate for you to believe that somebody has a chance against him because everything he's showing in the cage is that nobody has a chance.
He's the guy who's like, he knows he's going to win, but he's like, no, chill. Like, anything can happen. happen, bro.
Yeah.
Like they
Yeah,
can,
good, man.
They can catch me, and he like knows that he's going to win. I thought Ilya put it best on Twitter. He said, "Brother, we've reached the point where your victories seem almost normal, but we all know how hard it is to get there. I say with pride, you're a living legend." It's just like we kind of assume it's like, oh yeah, Merab's gonna run through him, but like you forget the level of competition he's going against. It's truly magnificent what he's been able to do.
I had that tweet pulled up as well. I was gonna
So good.
Does it not make Bautista the perfect guy here, though? Like the perfect foil in that.
It's a perfect story, Pete. It's
you know what I mean?
In what way?
Because he's the guy who spoiled the Aldo thing. Everybody
Thank
hated
you.
him. Now he comes in and he's just like, oh, you all love Merab?
Yeah.
It
My
took
fucking
so
guy there.
long
Patchy
for
mix.
everybody
Yeah.
to love Merab. And then all of a sudden when we start loving him, Batista's like, nah, I got this. Let me take it from here.
I love that last line from Ilya. Beyond the fighter, you're an incredible person with a soul too big for your chest. What a great line. We love you. We support you, and we're with you every step of the way. He's now won 3 fights in 2025, 3 successful title defenses. If he gets the 4th, but JDM beats Islam, who's the male fighter of the year? Because I feel like it's down to those two, right?
It's got to be Merab.
I'd go Merab, but that's a toss-up.
JDM with a win
Beating
over
Islam.
4
Yeah.
title defenses in
Yeah.
a calendar year.
I know, but
Okay, what if
number one is-
JDM
what if
beat
he gets-
Islam?
What if he
beat
gets
Islam,
3? What if he gets 3 and JDM beats Islam?
I'd probably
That's
lean
crazy.
JDM at that point.
That's crazy. That would be crazy.
I mean,
And then think about next year when Francis and Connor and
Oh my
Rousey and
God.
everyone's back. I was like, oh my God.
Alex and John.
You lost your mind today.
Am I,
Damn it.
listen, I'm a believer. I'm a lover. I'm
I'm
romantic
sorry.
about all of this. You sit ringside at a BKFC show and see people's eyes falling out of their face. You start to believe in
need
the
to
human
fast, I
spirit.
think. I need a
need to fast.
24-hour
there.
fast.
I know.
was like-
Ariel got off the crackers for a few hours and was like, Francis is coming back.
I was like this. I was like
Ronda's
this.
coming
You're
back.
delirium.
Shower me with positivity.
I got to call Dana. Dana, let's get it done. Come on.
And it was Brian Minner, by the way. It was Brian Minner. I don't want to screw that one up.
Any relation to Derek Minner?
What did I say? Did I say Derek
You
Minner?
said Derek Minner.
Fucking hell.
Derek Minner.
Next to there as well.
Another guy.
Derek
who-
Minner was in some hot water.
Derek Minner got like expelled from the sport.
Yeah.
Brian needs to get expelled as well. Unless you tell us otherwise, Brian. Tell us otherwise. Put out a statement. Explain to us the 50 to
Need to
45.
hear from a few people. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Brian, leave a voicemail. Sub 415 sub BITV.
Yeah. Please.
You'll
We're
be
actually,
getting Don's taking it this week, though, right?
oh, for
GC?
sure.
Oh, Donnie.
For sure. Yeah. Exclusively. He only goes on the BITB these days. We're going to talk more about that after the Jiri interview, so have no fear. There's more to say regarding what happened on Friday, but let's get into some of our chats. We were actually just talking about our first guest of the day, and what a Saturday for him. Can't imagine the range of emotions as well, going from massive fight against Jiri, standing by his side, coaching his guy, Khalil Rountree, up 2-0. Of course, we know what happened in the third, and then having to somehow compartmentalize things, put it in the back of his mind, and focus on Merab, who ends up picking up that huge win and another successful title defense against Cory Sandhagen. We're talking to the head man over at Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas, John Wood, kind enough to join us once again here on the program. Hello, John. How are you?
Hello. I'm great, man. Thank you.
I say, how are you? Like, people say, how are you? You see someone on the street. But like, really, are you emotionally, mentally, physically exhausted?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that would be yes. Already back into the gym, obviously. I just got done doing some privates and I'll teach practice today. So that kind of always regrounds me. But what a roller coaster, obviously. Yeah, you just said it. It was a very mixed bag of emotions, bittersweet to say the very least. Definitely a different night, on a huge level. Obviously the Khalil situation was a very, emotional thing. But that's part of the job. It's the proverbial MMA roller coaster. It happens for the coaches, it happens for the fighters, and you just got to kind of suck it up and move on.
When you came to the realization early on, these two fights are happening on the same night, which is a big deal in its own right, but then back to back, what are you thinking then, right? Because like usually you're with Merab in the back, title fight, you're getting ready, but now you're with your other guy and you can't be there for those final minutes. So like, I'm fascinated by how you're able to break down your time. What is the game plan then as far as like what you're going to do and how you're going to handle it?
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy situation, and I knew going into it they were back to back. I knew that it was going to be a chaotic moment, but we did everything we could to mitigate that. We're in the same room, the same warm up room. Thankfully, like Merab, his warm up kind of usually is based around fighting Aljo for 5 rounds, so I don't have to do a whole lot of hands-on like pad work. And we had the guys there set up. I had the guys there working with him. We knew what, Aljo was always going to do what he does. Shane Shapiro was back there to go over a couple little things and a couple little last minute details with him. And then Khalil's the exact opposite. I'm very hands-on with him in warm up and, wrapping his hands and doing all that stuff and hitting the pads. So we had it set up, and I told the guys, hey, it's going to be a mad dash. I had one of the UFC people that was sitting outside of the cage for as soon as Khalil was done to run me back around to the other side of the arena. I had to switch all the gears. You had to go into the champ gear. They wouldn't let me walk out with that stuff. So it was pure chaos. I honestly don't remember much in between except for cornering and the fights. And those guys are both professionals, and so they knew also what we were dealing with, and they handled it great, and everybody did their job. But yeah, man, it was definitely intense, a little more intense. Everything felt so fast. It was the quickest fight night I feel like I've ever had. Like, I feel like we got to the arena, I wrapped his hands, holy shit, we're warmed up, and then walking out and then realizing, oh my God, Merab's right next. It was a lot. It was a lot, but that's part of the job. I tell my fighters all the time, you got to adapt to whatever's happening. You got to make sure you find a way to make it work. And that's for the most part what we did. And I felt like, other than obviously the outcome with Khalil, which was heartbreaking and devastating, it was a good night. All that kind of, I've always had a great ability to be able to shut my mind off, and I don't get nervous. I don't get rattled very easy on on those type of things. And it's a job. It's a part of the job. And as a coach, you're there for whatever the fighter needs, and it's not about me, it's about them. So, I can be as stressed out as I need to be, but I can't show those emotions. I can't feel those emotions. I have to be clear-headed. I have to be focused for what they need. And, but it was definitely, it was chaotic. It was very chaotic.
How are you feeling? Second round ends in the Rountree Prochazka fight. He's up 2-0. I don't think anyone thinks otherwise. How are you feeling about, all right, we're headed into the third, the state of things, the way this fight is going? What do you remember thinking?
Man, I knew Jiri was going to come out hard. I knew it, and that's just what that guy does. He's a different kind of fighter. He's got a different kind of mindset, different kind of heart, and I knew that obviously we were slowing down a little bit. I feel like a couple of the body shots into that round kind of changed how some of this went. Man, there's just situations where I always say a fighter's DNA, they're going to revert back to what is, in their heart. And Khalil is one of those guys. He's going to go out on his shield. He's going to go out swinging. And, sometimes you can control that, sometimes you can't. And it just got to that position where he made a couple little mistakes. Jiri hit the gas pedal. I loved the way the fight was playing out. I would have liked to utilize some more kicks and some things in that, but I felt like we were handling in control. But it's a fight. You just don't know what's going to happen, and how your body's going to react when certain things do happen. And we just got tied up into a firefight, and that's where Jiri lives. And Khalil's good there too. It just, it just didn't go our way. And that's the thing. It becomes a 50-50 fight when you decide to stand there and start throwing bombs, and sometimes it becomes less than that when you start to get tired, But like I said, Khalil is all heart, and those are some things that we're going to work on and try to change. Of like in those grimy situations, obviously there's some smarter things we could do, and that's on me to make sure that he's got those tools and those mechanics in there to be able to slow that fight back down, to be able to realize, oh shit, we're up 2 rounds, and I need to, I can win this instead of biting down and just throwing. So, that's on me. That's the part where I have to make sure that he's doing what he needs to do inside the room and make sure that those bases are covered. So when we do get into those type of situations, it's the same kind of very similar situation with Pereira, that he knows there's other ways.
When you have a moment like that, and unfortunately your guy loses, and it's a heartbreaking loss, and it's a scary loss as well. That was a knockout. You're with him. You're by his side. You go to the back. You're sticking with him. He's not only your fighter, guy you coach. He's your friend as well. You have to dart to the back, change clothes. I can't imagine you're not thinking at least a part of your brain is thinking like, how's he doing, right? How are you able to put that on hold for 30, 40 minutes as you're now focused on a massive title fight? How did you do that?
Yeah, that part really sucked. When he was laying down there and they let me in and he's laying in a pool of blood, it was definitely heartbreaking. I love that guy. I've been with him for so long. He's family to me. And to have to leave that situation was very, very hard. It sucked. Like I waited till, we pulled him up and sat him on the stool. And I just told him, I said, dude, listen, I'm so sorry, but I've got to go back. I love you. I kissed him on the head and I ran back, and on the way back is where on that run, I just said, okay, that's over. We're on to the next, clear your head and refocus. And, that was that I gave myself that period of between the cage. So I went behind the curtain and then it's a new fight, and it sucked. I will tell you this. I definitely felt those emotions immediately after Merab's win. It just the win. I was so happy for Merab and so happy, but it definitely felt different. I was just there's a level of heaviness there that just and I do feel guilty for leaving him. Like that sucks. Like it sucks to have to leave a fighter like that, especially who you spent so much time and so close with. But again, this is a job and every fighter is just important as the next, and they expect me to do that job and show up and be there for them. And Khalil would expect that too if it was vice versa. I know the only thing that makes it feel better is that if the roles were reversed, Khalil would want me to do the same thing, so that is just it's just at this level, you pray to be able to have a career, coaching career, have fighters like this in these kind of big moments. And so sometimes they're going to go the way you want, sometimes they're not, but you just have to keep pushing forward. And that was, like I said, I refuse to allow myself to feel feelings or my emotions to get involved with what's happening in the fight. I'm very good at turning that off. And that's what I had to do until afterwards.
This has happened a few times over the years. It's somewhat rare, obviously, to have two fights back to back on such a big stage. I'm just curious, did you ask any other coaches how they dealt with this, or were you kind of just going in there and figuring it out on your own?
Yeah, I've actually done this before, and I've done it in the UFC before, but not on that level, on that stage. I've had multiple back-to-back fights in the UFC multiple times. So you know what to expect. It's just the moment of the grandness of the moment is what changes, and how much at stake. It's just. I really wasn't worried about that process. I really wasn't worried. Obviously, I thought the outcome, would be different, with Khalil, but you're just prepared. You got to go in preparing yourself for the worst. You hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And so, again, you can't have these. You can't collapse. I don't allow my guys. If I tell my guys, hey, a bad round happens. Oh well, the round's over. It's time to move to the next, and we have to figure out how to win the second round. If a bad round happens, you got to go, okay, how do we win the third round? It's a new fight every time. And that's the way I kind of hold myself too, is that I'm not allowed to have those situations or feel that stress or feel that pressure in any kind of moments. It's the same thing. I have to be clear-headed. They have to be clear-headed. And I just knew I wasn't too, like I said, I wasn't too stressed about the situation. In fact, I don't make it a major thing in my own head. I don't allow myself to overthink those spots, because you just, like I said, we're out there to do a job, and the job is to be there for the fighter no matter what. So it just very interesting, but I felt like, again, I don't really remember a whole lot in between the fights. I remember cornering everything great, but like it was definitely rapid fire.
You were a lot closer, obviously, than we were. How close was Merab to finishing Cory in the second?
Super close. Like, I feel like there's a lot of referees that would have stopped that fight. And had Merab, here's the deal now. Merab now knows he's capable of knocking somebody out. So you will see a different Merab when that situation happens again, and it will happen again. Merab had him rocked. He was excited. He got back into like wrestle mode real quick. And that was the thing. If he had just given some space and stepped back and started unloading on him, then I think that fight gets stopped. I think we're talking maybe 3 to 5 punches away from him on the ground, and all kudos to Goddard for letting it go, because the fight obviously went 5 rounds. All kudos to Cory for getting back up and toughing that shit out. But it was very close. It was very close, and that is something that we will be in the gym ASAP, training those scenarios and those situations where The next time that happens, Merab will be cool, calm, and composed, and how to finish a fight on the feet. And so it was. It was very close, and it was one of those, oh my god, moments. And then it obviously we moved on from it, and then it's on to the next.
We were hypothesizing earlier, is he just kind of playing with his food out there? Like 37 takedown attempts, 20 takedowns. Are you thinking like, Merab, come on, man, you love this, clearly. You love this. You're freaking shadow boxing at the club at 4 a.m. with your shirt off and the belt. You love all of this. We get it. But is there any part of you being like, yo, man, were you there, by the way? I know Danny was there. Were you there?
No, I didn't go, man. The whole week was super exhausting. And we got so many camps. We got 30 people in camp right now. So
Jeez.
Me to go out to a club until 5 a.m. isn't going to do me good. I'm old now, and I wanted to go, but I know what kind of chaos comes with that stuff. And like I said, the funny thing about Merab, he's dead ass sober when he's doing that shit. Like, he doesn't drink, he doesn't party, he doesn't do drugs. Like, he's around on that stage at 5 a.m, dead ass sober, drinking water all night. And but I just, like, for me, we got too much going on here for me to go out. And if I go out like that, I'm going to drink, I'm going to party, and have a good time. And then I'm going to be smoked, come Monday, I'm not going to be wanting to be back in the gym doing what I'm doing right now. So, but yes, to answer your question.
You kind of rolled your eyes there. So like, I feel like you sort of agree.
What? Agree with what?
The playing with your food, like just kind of like, not like you could end this maybe.
Yeah. We knew Cory was going to be a tough fight, a tougher fight. I really don't know if there's such thing as a tough fight for Merab. Like, Cory's one of the best in the world, and he gave us a great fight. And there were some things that he was absolutely doing that, were making Merab think a little bit. But it does get to a point where, like I said, Merab is so in control of these fights, and he's able to figure guys out so quickly. In the fight, he's got one of the best fight IQs in the business right now. His mind just works on a different level when he's figuring out these fighters. But yeah, I do agree that he definitely has fun out there. And again, we're still turning that corner of becoming that finisher, and you're seeing that more and more. Those opportunities for him to be in there to finish these fights they're coming more readily available. And I really do think we're going to hit that path where it's going to be more finishes than decisions here shortly.
So he's talking about December coming back, and it looks like it would be Jan if he does in fact come back, and that's 2 months from tomorrow.
Yeah.
He just went through a 5-round fight. He was at the club till 5 a.m. Who knows what happened at Aljo's wedding last night? Are you in favor of this?
Okay. So honestly, I'd like to see him get some rest. I don't want the Pereira thing to happen where you're overworked and something bad happens just because you've pushed the limits too much. We don't know when the human body is going to go, hey, this is too much or too little, or it's enough. We need to rest. The thing with Merab is he doesn't take a lot of damage. He doesn't, he lives his life, literally the fight life. When he's not in camp, he would normally go home, hang out for a week or two. He comes back, he's right back in the gym. He wants to be training, and his fight camps aren't much different than his everyday training. The dude trains every day like he's kind of in fight camp. So it's not really a big switch. I would like to see at this level, obviously, to make sure he gets the proper, rest and recovery. That's a talk that we'll have, I'm sure, this week. But I know that record, I believe no one's ever defended. Has anybody ever defended the belt 4 times in a year?
No.
So that right there tells me that there's a really good chance we're probably going to end up doing it, because he's going to want that record. He's going to want to set that record and break it. And so can he do it? Absolutely. Do I think his body will hold up? Absolutely. Am I a fan of it? I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50. I'd like him to enjoy some of this stuff, but really, the dude lives his life as a fighter. He does. This is what he eats, sleeps, breathes, is fighting. So who am I to tell him not to do it? Like, if he's healthy and he's happy and he's ready to come back and get into it, I'm not looking forward to getting the shit beat out of me by him for another 6 weeks. I like the break. Like Merab camps are the hardest camps. That dude beats me up like nobody. I lost like 15 pounds during those camps, and so We'll see, but my gut is telling me he's going to want to do it.
Do you like the idea of him fighting Jan? Is that the guy that you think he should be fighting next?
Yeah, I think that's the best guy right now. I think that's the next best guy I'm a big fan of Peter Yan. I think he's a great fighter. I think he's the best guy available at the moment to make that happen. So obviously we have Umar and Batista fight coming up. So I just think that Yan makes the most sense.
And so you talked about losing weight. I thought you were going to say, like when you're in camp with them, I thought you were going to say because you were sick as well this time around. Weren't you sick for like the last 4 weeks or something like that?
Yeah, man, I'm pretty sure. I think definitely had bronchitis. I still got a cough 4 weeks. COVID's going around. I don't know. Like, I guess that's a thing still. But yeah, like I was on antibiotics for the last 2 weeks of the camp just to try to stay upright. But it is what it is. That's just the way that these things go.
I'm wondering how you balance that, because you don't want to get your fighter sick too. Also, you're doing something that's very strenuous. How are you able to be at your best while feeling like crap with these guys who have these massive fights and you're trying to keep them healthy too?
Yeah, it's a fine line. The thing is that there's certain people that if they're sick, they won't train. There's certain people that if you're sick, they don't want to train with you. Then there's certain people that don't give a shit, and these two guys are guys that are going to train and do whatever, no matter what. So for me to call in sick for Merab when he's not going to call in sick, I've seen that dude half dead and come in here and spar 10 rounds, and that's not an exaggeration. So for me, it's literally we all hold each other accountable, and whatever the fighter is going to put out, I'm going to be there for. And if they say, "Hey, coach, you're sick. Let's take a couple days or whatever," but also too, I'm not bitching and complaining about it to them. That's not. I go home to my wife, JoJo, and then I die there and try to get her to take care of me. But she's kind of the same way as them. She's like, "Get your ass to work. Take some medicine." Actually, she wouldn't even take medicine. She's like, "Just man up and go." So. It's one of those things where everybody's different, everybody's different, but the accountability, those guys, they're not going to take days off. So I'm not going to take days off, and we all everybody gets sick during fight camp. Everybody gets hurt. Who gives a shit? It's just the job we do.
So Merab wins the fight. Now you could go back and maybe breathe a little bit. I'm sure you check in with Khalil. Could you tell us how's he doing? I saw he posted something on social media. You posted something about him as well. I saw his wife post something as well. But could you tell us how's he doing? Here's the message. How's he handling the loss?
Obviously there's some tears shed and tough. It's a heartbreaker. He knows how close he was to that, to that win. Superficial damage, a couple cuts. I think he's got a little crack in his nose, but all in all, he's okay. He's gonna be fine. There's nothing bad, no broken orbitals, no bad stuff like that. A swollen eye and some cuts for the most part. We will meet up this week, and sit down and watch the fight and go over. I've already kind of got a game plan in my head of what I think we need to do to make changes, and I need to meet with him and see what his ideas and thoughts are and what we can all do better. I feel like there's some things that I left on the table that should have been left on the table that I need to do better as a coach to make sure that shit doesn't happen ever again, and same thing with him. So we'll come in, we'll meet in the middle, but I think it's still, in that division and the way Khalil fights, obviously his 2 losses, fight of the night fights, he's going to go out on his shield, so we have to make sure that we don't have to do that. And we're winning these fights that we should be winning. And I think that the purpose and the plan is still the same. He's still got that competitive fire, and I think he's going to come back fired up more. So it's just back to the drawing board, figure out what we need to figure out, come to the conclusion, and get right back at it. And I think that, you'll see him fight early next year. But I think the plan is the same. He wants to make a run at that title, and I truly believe he still can.
We don't know what Alex is going to do next, but just curious because you were there. That version of Jiri, can he beat Alex?
Man, listen, Pereira is one of those guys that I think has earned the fact, like, until you see a massive drop off in his production and how his fight, his body, his speed, his power, he's a guy you just don't bet against. I would not bet against him with anybody. So I think that Pereira has earned that I'm not going to say quite John Jones, where you don't bet against John Jones, but Pereira's pretty damn close, man. I don't think that there's any man out there right now that can deal with him on that level when he shows up like that. And I think it'll be the same with Yuri. I think Yuri's a fantastic fighter. Big fan of him and his fighting. He's fun to watch. But Pereira's just on a different level. When that man is locked in, it's one of the scariest individuals you could ever get into a cage with. He's just big, he's nasty, he's mean, he's fast, he hits hard. He's scary looking. Just standing next to the guy, it's kind of scary. So I would say that right now he's on top of his game, and I think he's going to stay there for a while.
I feel like one day we might say the same about Atiba Gauthier, and I know you have to run and coach practice, but could I just ask you, I saw you with him, doing some work with him there. Like, that dude is scary as well. I mean, he's unbelievable. What do you think of him?
I think the sky is the limit for that kid. He is young, nasty. He's a little mini Francis Ngannou with 10 times more athleticism. And unfortunately, I sparred that guy one day, just light, and I ain't been hit like that in a long time. And where I didn't even see shit coming, and I was seeing stars afterwards. It was terrible. It was terrifying. So I think that guy right there, you're looking at the future of that division, and he's only getting better too, So I really think that he might be one of the scariest guys in that division right now, if not in the UFC. He's a nasty, nasty dude.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the time very much. Get well soon. Our best to Jojo as always, and congrats on the Merab win. And obviously, sorry about what happened to Khalil, but no, he'll be back, no doubt.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it, bro.
Always. There he is, John Wood, the head man over at Syndicate MMA, one of the very best coaches in the game. I remember back in the day, UFC 166, Javier Mendez and the AK guys had DC and Kane co-main and main. On that night, DC and Kane won, so all was good. But, sometimes you could go 2-0, 1-1, 0-2, and I can't imagine how difficult. Obviously, the guys are in there. And he would be the first to say, the guys are in there, they're fighting, they're putting their lives and health and safety on the line. But you're there in the trenches with these guys. I mean, we don't see what is being done in the shadows. We don't see all the sparring sessions and training sessions and time together, alone, thoughts, all that stuff. And you see your friend, your fighter get knocked out, and then you have to turn right around and coach a title fight, a massive title fight. Not easy. With that much attention, that big of a spotlight, but he handled it as well as he could with grace, and I'm sure Khalil would understand. We didn't really get into the full results because we got into things, and I got all emo on you guys at the top of the show. But Atiba Gauthier in the final fight of the prelims picked up another big win. So all this man does is win in the first round via some vicious form of striking. This time it was ground and pound with some vicious elbows. As you see, I mean, just look at his physique. Holy smokes. I didn't even know muscles were there. Look at this. Shout out to Carl Prince and the Manchester Top Team boys. Luke Barnett as well. Been telling us about him for a minute. Daniel Santos beat Ju Sang Yu, Zombie Jr., who we had on the show last week. A big win for him in the second round. Santos getting the stoppage. PT loves his dog tattoo on his chest. So the MMA gods giveth, and they taketh as well, because Sang Yu with the big win, the quick finish back in June, and now back to the drawing board after the loss to Santos. Jakub, give it to me. GC does it so well. Say it, Jakub.
Jakub Viklas.
Viklas. Jakub Viklas, the protege of one Joanna Jacek, defeating Patchy Mix. Some people, like Daniel Cormier, stating that Patchy deserved the win. It's a split decision loss. And look, close fight. Perhaps it could have gone his way. It's a nightmare start for Patchy Mix. It's a nightmare start. Talked a massive game as Bellator champion, as he should have. He was the man. He did not look like this guy. This was a little bit better, obviously, than the version that we saw back in in June in Newark. But you don't walk away saying, "Oh my God, this is the future."
Even if he had gotten his hand raised in the split, he didn't win over any fans.
No, not at all. And so the question is, do they keep him? The UFC can send a very sneaky message here and be like, "Look, 2 fights, couldn't cut the mustard. Goodbye." I don't think they do that. They're they're in good standing with his management. I don't Tatiana Suarez. I don't think they do that. But they could send a message here by saying, like, look, you are a champion. You talked a big game. You couldn't beat an up-and-comer. You couldn't beat a contender at 135 pounds. God bless. The question would be, what would happen to him if that happened? Because he just left the PFL/Bellator scene. Where would he go? There's nowhere else to go. You know?
KSW.
You're talking KSW. You're talking Ryzen.
Yeah, try to take what Whitclaw said.
That's true. I could actually see Ryzen being interested in a guy like him. But I think they give him one more shot. That's my prediction. I think they give him one more shot. Edmund Shabazian with the first round win with just 2 seconds left in the first round over Andre Muniz. Great win for him. Puna Soriano was apologizing after his unanimous decision win over Nikolai Veretnikov, saying that just wasn't him. Didn't pull the trigger, wasn't himself. But a win nonetheless, improving to 12-4. Yana Santos defeating Macy Chiasson via unanimous decision. Farid Basharat with the unanimous decision win over Chris Gutierrez. Ramiz Brahimaj with the win over Austin Vanderford, a guillotine choke in the second round. So Vanderford falls to 1-1 in the UFC. And the aforementioned Veronica Hardy, who will join us in about 30 minutes' time, beat Brogan Walker via unanimous decision. So a big win for her, getting back on track after losing back. I think it was UFC 309. Yeah, it was 309. The Madison Square Garden card last November. So a pretty long layoff for her, 11 months. We'll talk to her about that, getting back on track, all that and more. Earlier, we talked about Youssef Zalal getting the massive win over Josh Emmett on the pay-per-view card. One strike thrown. It was an old school Damian Maia type of fight. And he didn't really need any strikes, to be honest, because technically, according to UFC stats, and it wasn't really, it was just like a teep. It was nothing. But according to UFC stats, 0 for 1, didn't matter. Ends up winning via armbar at 138 of the first round against Josh Emmett, who has been a mainstay at 145 and has gone the distance and given some really tough guys some really tough rounds. Youssef Zalal just needed 1 minute and 38 seconds. The Moroccan Devil continues to defy the odds here as he, comes back to the UFC and is still undefeated and is just racking up these great submissions. He's kind enough to join us. Let's say hello to Youssef Zalal. There he is. Hello, Youssef. How are you?
What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on another incredible night for you, this time at T-Mobile Arena on pay-per-view. I feel like that smile hasn't left your face since Saturday night.
This smile will never leave my face, man. It's always there. God gifted me with this smile, and I try to bring joy to everybody as possible. But like you said, man, it was especially on that Saturday night with everything that was going on and my mom and everything. So that was amazing. The smile gets bigger and bigger.
Okay, so let's talk about that since you brought it up. Your mom and dad were in attendance, and this was the first time ever that your mom has seen you fight live?
Yeah, there's that video, man.
Incredible.
Oh, fuck.
How do you not break down seeing that? I want to cry just seeing that. It's amazing.
Bro, that was emotional, man. That was emotional. My dad always seen me fight. He's always been there. He's been always here, you know what I mean? But my mom, it was his first time in the United States since 2009, and to watch me actually live, like she doesn't even watch me from like the TV as well. Like she just kind of like holds back and just wait, and to kind of be there, it was a special moment for me that will be forever with me.
By the way, since 2009, had you seen her since 2009?
Yeah, since I came in 2009, and I came to the U.S. with my mom to visit my dad and my brother, and then she went back. Me and my brother that passed away, we stayed here, And then I didn't see my mom for 10 years. And then I seen her. And then 2 years later, I didn't see her again, seeing her again. And then she finally came to the US after all this stuff that happened. And then she finally came to the US in 2009.
So is she staying put or is she going back?
Yeah, she's staying put a little bit. So she's going to she can go back and forth now. It's no problem. So, which is thank God. But yeah, so she's definitely staying put right now with us. And then we'll kind of go from there.
Did you work towards making this happen for her to be in attendance for this card, or did it just happen to work out?
It was weird actually. You know, I have an African family, man. They tell you they're gonna come, they don't come, and then they come and they come. So it was kind of like weird, you know what I mean? And my mom was like, the first time when I told her, she was like, okay, I'm gonna be there, but I'm not gonna go to the arena. And I said, okay, no problem. Like you can stay at the Airbnb or the hotel. I'll just come back after, and then we hang out and do all that stuff. And sure enough, my brother was like, hey, I'm not coming no more, even though he was there. So he was like, oh, I'm not coming no more. I was like, okay, perfect. I'm just going to give the ticket to my mom. And my mom was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to go in. And I said, perfect. There you go. And then it turns out to like, okay, my dad and everybody actually showed up, which is actually worked out pretty well.
Wow. Was she super nervous? Did you ask her?
I didn't even ask her. I'm assuming she was super nervous because last time I fought in Edmonton, Canada, my brother is the same way. My brother's the same as my mom. Like he literally, when my fight happened, he walked out the arena. Like he was outside, waited until he heard the thing happen, and then went back in and then saw me.
And so what about you? Having her in the building, her presence there, wanting to perform, wanting to win, obviously, I would imagine, in front of her. Did you feel more nervous?
Ariel, this fight was weird, man. It was weird. I had a big chip on my shoulder. I feel like I always do good when there's a chip on my shoulder, to be honest. And I was not really focused on my mom so much. I was like, I knew I was not gonna lose in front of my mom. I promise you that. Like that was kind of like my thing. But you know how this game is. You never know. Like things, especially against Josh Emmett, things can end so quickly. You just never know. So that was not really my main focus. My main focus was to enjoy this week and really have the greatest week of my career so far.
Why'd you have a chip on your shoulder?
Man, that third round hunted me against Cater. That third round keeps.
Why does it haunt
me.
you? I saw you say that at the post-fight press conference. You mentioned it like 5 times. Why? You won that fight. Why is it haunting you?
I know, bro. It's like a lot of people. I know a lot of fighters don't like to talk about it. You know what I mean? I feel like that third round, like I felt everything. I felt the nerves. I felt the experience. I felt the oh my god, top 10 and all that stuff. So I really wanted to go into this fight and show everybody like, hey, that's just an experience. It's just a mistake, you know what I mean? And like you said, I want to fight. I don't care about it. But it's like in the end of the day, it's like, you know, I go hard on myself a little bit sometimes. But hey, I came out and I showed out on this fight, and that's what matters.
But like when you say haunt me, like when I hear fighters say like, man, that knockout haunted me, that loss haunted me. You won that fight. Like,
I know.
Why does that haunt you? Why does that bother you so much? Because you went the distance?
I'm weird. I'm weird in my own way. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like a sour taste in my mouth. I was like, get that thing out of there, you know? Like, that's not, like, I wanted to finish Cater. That was my thing, you know? And that's, like, what haunts me even more. It's like I let it be what it be, like, to lose focus on that third round and not be, like, 100% there. So that's what kind of, like, haunts me in a way. It's not more of, like, in a way, but I wanted to keep that winning streak going, and I wanted to keep that finish streak going mostly.
Okay. You had not fought in what, 8 months, right? If my math is correct. February.
I know, bro.
Why so long?
For a fight for so long. I've been asking for a fight for so long. The whole division was all confused. And obviously, you know, Diego got the fight, all these guys, Gene Silva. So everybody was booked. And then me and my teammate, we just got into the ranking. So I'm like, okay, like we're just waiting. And I was like, okay, I'm trying to fight somebody that's up. And the only person that was up was Josh Emmett. And that's what kept calling out for Josh Emmett. And then he did an interview saying like, oh, I don't want Youssef. I want somebody bigger name, blah, 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 blah. And then Volk obviously fought all these guys. And that's why I said like there was like such a chip on my shoulder that I was kind of pissed off, to be honest. Yeah. I'm like, Volk out here calling out everybody, calling out Gene Silva, which is all these guys, and Diego and Aljamain and all these guys never brought up my name. You know what I mean? And I feel like, you know, disrespected in a way. And I was like, really? I know you saw me in the top 10, and then you're not really calling it, like, not even giving the respect that, like, I deserve.
So do you feel like you have entered that conversation now? Like, now they cannot ignore you?
100%, and then I will keep proving that. You know what I mean? And that's what this sport is about. It's about moments. It's about like the right timing and all that stuff. And I'm still growing. I know I'm 29 and I have so much experience behind my belt, but I'm still growing. Like I was completely different than the last fight. You know what I mean? And to do it against Josh Emmett, which is a high caliber fighter. And before you introduced me, you said it. You're like, you gave tough rounds to everybody. Ilya Tapuria, all these guys, and these guys can't finish him, you know. But the IQ it's what wins you these fights.
Okay, so you said afterwards Lerone Murphy, and then Rogan kind of corrected you. But honestly, like you may be onto something because I think they're going to go Volk versus Diego Lopez next, and so perhaps he isn't going to be booked. Do you think you get a guy like him next?
Well, that was kind of my thing, and I was like, look, man. The Volk posted on after, like, he did an interview in Australia, Perth, whatever. He's saying like, I don't even have an opponent right now, which is wild to me. That if Lerone or Murphy goes in and did what he did, and he didn't get a title shot right away, that means they're thinking about something. So I was like, look, I'm gonna jump on that opportunity if I can. I'll fight him December 6th in that T-Mobile Arena. I know they don't have a full card for that one yet. I'll fight him on that one. If not, I'll fight January and stuff like that. I want to be a world champion, and I will be a world champion. So if that means calling the best guys, I will call out the best guys. And if my chance comes, it will come.
And so how do you feel, just curious, as someone who's kind of in the mix now, how do you feel with them going with Diego, who just fought Volk and lost to him in April, as opposed to someone like Lerone, who's won, 9 in a row, has this great knockout. Even someone like Movsar, who I know doesn't have the, the momentum right now, but still has the winning streak. Do you like that? Do you understand it?
It's all politics, man. Yeah. It's all politics about this game, which I hate. I really hate about this sport so much that it's like it's all momentum, right? It's a draw. So it's like if we really want to be petty, Ariel, we can be real petty right now, and then I can bring the numbers out. I'll be like, look, Murphy couldn't finish Josh Emmett. It took me 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that brings me out. He fought a non-ranked guy that's coming into the belt. And so all these things I can go on, but it does not mean nothing. You know what I mean? I was like, I feel like I'm just starting to put a name for myself in the top 10. So he has a better draw. Obviously, Diego's been there. So he has a lot of draw. He brings a lot of draw and stuff like that. So it's all about politics and the moments. And I just want to have my time and my time patiently. You know what I mean? I'm not rushing like last time. If my time come, will come.
But that said, how many do you think you are away from being in that conversation? Like you beat Cater, you beat Josh Emmett, you get a fight. Like you can't be more than 2 away, right?
I beat Murphy and finish Murphy, I get a title shot.
You think Murphy takes your fight? He takes this opportunity to fight you because he's talking title shot and no one else.
I don't blame him. I mean, would you blame him?
No,
I
think he should get it.
For a title shot too, but I was like, I can't blame him. So I just see how the UFC is. You know what I mean? It's like if Diego gets a title shot, he has no choice. He's gonna wait for a year or 9 months. It depends on how the fight goes between Diego and Volk. If that's the other case, it's gonna probably be him and Murphy, but who knows? So I just wanted to put my name out there and give my opportunity. So at least slide my name a little bit out there.
Yeah.
That was the whole goal.
What about Movsar?
But I talked to Mozart, man. He was such a cool person. He said, I'm not gonna fight a Muslim and all that stuff. So I was like, I man, I feel the same way. I was like, I kind of respected it. So, but like you said, man, he's kind of like, how is he not in the talk, by the way?
Yeah. I just think because he hasn't fought as often as Murphy, and Murphy's coming off an incredible knockout. And so if you look like since his win over Diego Lopez, which it was 2 years ago, I think, this is off the top of my head, but Murphy has fought like 4 or 5 times, and he's only fought twice, 3 times. So I just think it's a numbers game. He's had some bad luck. He was supposed to fight Aaron Pico over the summer. He gets hurt. Murphy takes the fight, gets the crazy knockout.
And that's what I'm saying. It's opportunities and chances, and then like everything happens for a reason though, man. I'm a big believer of everything happens for a reason. And before first time at the UFC, I feel like I was just rushing. I'm like, no, give me this right now. I want to do this right now. I want to, no. I literally called my manager. I was like, look, man, I've done my job. I've done my part. And hopefully we'll see with the UFC. I looked at Hunter and Dana. I said the same thing. I was like, look, like what happened in that 3rd round was not me. And like with Cater and all that stuff. And I will be a star and I will be a world champion and I will keep proving it.
Here's the fascinating thing, I think, for you. The next one is big, no doubt, because the names that are like the names between you and the champ, now that you beat Emmett, we're talking, okay, if you do get Murphy, great. You say Mofsar and you don't want to fight, I understand. But if it's not those guys, we're talking Yair Rodriguez, Aljamain Sterling, Arnold Allen. Those are the only other guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these are big time names at 145. This has to be very exciting.
Yeah, man, like saying it like that, like it really is. You know what I mean? I feel like I always dreamed about being here. I always worked towards this where we're talking right now. And when I came back to the UFC, it was kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like peace. You know, I said that in the interviews on Fight Week, is like, it's bringing me peace. You know what I mean? It really, I am very hard on myself, Ariel. I don't think you know how hard I go on myself. It's like nonstop, you know? So for me to see that work really paying off and slowly going up there, it means the world to me. And all I cared about was get my respect. I feel like I was so disrespected. It's unbelievable. I hated it so much. I'm like, I know I'm not the biggest star right now, you know what I mean? And not the biggest draw, but you talking about guys they're 2-2. They talking about a title shot. You got guys they haven't fought in years talking about a title shot. I'm like, there's no way you just disrespected me like that and not bring my name up there. You know what I mean?
And for those that don't know, just for the record, you're on an 8-fight winning streak, 5 in a row in the UFC, joined second for most submissions in UFC featherweight history. You've got 4. Oliveira
second.
is number
Wow,
1.
I didn't know that.
Now you're joint second. Yep, that's right.
Who's first?
Oliveira number 1 was 6. So you've got just 2 more.
I got 2 more. I get 2 more. I get 2 more. I get 2 more. I get 2
You're
more.
right there, man. You're right there.
2 more. I like that. See, that's like a kid's dream. I said this in an interview last week. I was like, it's like, you know, when a kid goes buy his dream car.
Yeah.
That's like what brings me joy, man. I was like, that's awesome. I know a lot of people don't care about that stuff. I love that, man. I was like, when I walked out, I was like, I looked at the screen. I'm like a kid, bro. I looked at the screen. I was like, man, they finally gave me the number 1 spot of most less absorbing punches. So I was like, yeah, you're not gonna hit me, bro. Like, gotta be ready.
Imagine telling young Youssef back in 2022 that all of this would be in play right now as you're given your walking papers from the UFC, right? Imagine 3 years later, we're talking about these names and these types of records and this type of streak. It's an incredible story.
I know, man. It's kind of an amazing book. It's kind of like a Rocky. I feel like I'm watching like a Rocky movie or something like that. But it's like
about you.
Yeah, everybody loves a comeback story. You know what I mean? And I feel like it tested me as a man, you know, and as like all this stuff, and it just put a message out there. You know what I mean? For all these young guys and upcoming guys, like you think you know it all, you think you're better than everybody and stuff like that. There's the right time to have a confidence, and there's the right time to kind of get set back and really focus on the things that are really important, you know what I mean? And mine was my why and stuff like that. So it means the world to me, man, to really make that a piece a little bit. You have peace with it and really enjoy my family and keep going like to the top without rushing it. You know, I feel like I was just a young kid. I'm like, oh my God, UFC, cameras, money, all this, like everything will come. Everything will come. Your time will come.
By the way, talking about that disrespect, you have an incredible win, an incredible submission over a veteran, and the place is booing you. And like you're having to talk over the boos. How are you feeling in that moment? You did nothing wrong. I'm not even quite sure why they booed you. Did they think that he didn't tap and there was something screwy going on? A, why do you think they were booing? And B, how are you dealing with that? You're having a great moment. You know your family's in attendance and the place is booing you.
So a funny story, I had to ask my teammate, Jonathan Martinez, at the dinner, like team dinner. And I was like, hey, Jonathan, how does it feel like when because he fought Jose Aldo in Brazil. And I was like, what does it feel like to get booed? He said, like, I was nervous. I was like this. And for me, when I went to the weigh-ins and they called my name, I come up and I don't know if you can see in the camera. I was like, well, okay, okay, booing me, okay, cool. And I got start getting hyped. Like I was like getting hyped up and I was like, all right, cool. And then he walks out, wow, like a bunch of cheers and all that stuff. And I think the biggest thing is because of that 3rd round. That's it. Like fans sometimes are idiots. They really are.
You think they remember that from 8 months ago? You think they're booing you because of that 3rd round?
I really don't think.
Well, then why are they booing you after you submitted Josh Emmett?
By the way, not a lot of people know what the hell happened. Like, after they had to show the video again, he said tap, 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 tap. I felt respectful. I don't want to break the guy's arm. You know, I was like, I'm just gonna like let it go. And that's why Joe Rogan said, hey, for all the fans that don't know, like he said tap, tap, tap. And like even my coaches didn't even know until I like started talking to Hunter and Dana, and then they were like losing it, especially my jiu-jitsu coach, of course. But yeah, and I was kind of like that, but it is what it is. All those fans are booing. My teammate just said it. Dustin Jacoby, actually, I was just at the gym not too long ago, and he literally just said, he was like, those same fans that were booing you, when they see you at the airport, they will walk up to you and ask for a picture and a signature.
Do you think they were booing because they thought that he didn't tap?
No, I think they booed me because of Cater.
Really? Wow, man, that's crazy. Could you?
That's what I said. I was like, God damn, bro. Like, I know.
I think they were booing because they thought he didn't tap and that it was a bad call. That's what I think, because they couldn't tell. Who can tell from
Damn, now you're gonna post a video about that, bro? Is that what you're gonna post now? You'd be like,
what?
I'll tap.
No. I think that's I'm on your side here. What are you talking about? I'm on your side.
I'm about to say, we're working together now.
Of course, I'm saying that they were probably confused. I'm telling you, I don't think anyone remembers that third round. And I think you're making it out to be a bigger deal and being too hard on yourself. I think they probably thought something weird happened, even though nothing weird happened. He verbally tapped. That's well within the rules. And they were reacting to that, not because they don't like you or didn't like that third round. I think that's just how fans are. They're fickle like that. That's all.
And that's the one thing I learned with experience, and all the big stars kind of told me. It was like, look, man, you're doing good in life when you got haters and you got like fans like this and stuff like that. That means you're doing something special and all this stuff. And I remember all these guys, man, like Khabib, Ilya Taporia, even in the press conferences and all that, is like, you guys boo me now, but I'm gonna show you how great I am, and I'll show you how good I am, and like Floyd Mayweather and all those guys. So it definitely, like, I'm happy to kind of see that and experience it right now. But I told you, man, that week, all I said in the interviews, it's gonna be my week, and I was gonna have a flawless performance, and I'm so grateful and happy that I did that.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you, like, oh, by the way, you could hear him, right? You could hear him say tap tap.
Yeah. So as soon as I grabbed it, and I was like, I kind of felt him, and I was like, oh, he's not like really defending, like because I had his wrist. You see how I got the grip on the wrist, so he couldn't grab like a rear naked choke. So I was like, okay, yeah. And he was trying to block his elbow, but he made it more straight. So as soon as I locked in, I was like, oh yeah, I got him. And as soon as he said tap, I let go, and which is maybe a bad habit if in some other fights, but thank God you can hear him say tap, 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 tap. But I just let go. I was like, I'm not gonna break the guy's arm.
No, class, absolutely.
He's a legend of the sport, bro. I was like, I look up to be like him as well. You know what I mean? The guy that fought for an interim belt and want to be a world champion. We all have the same dream. This is the most brutal sport you can ever do, because I'm here to take his dream. He's here trying to take my dream. So it was kind of like, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Like, I literally go back and I start feeling bad for the guy. Like, he had his mom in there too and stuff like that. So, and apparently he said he's like, that's his best he's ever felt, his best he's ever cut weight and all this stuff. So for him not to have that and show full potential, it sucks.
How quickly do you want to return?
I'm ready December 6th. If Murphy wanted to fight, I'm ready December 6th. Stop putting me at the Apex, please. All my best performances are been in crowd.
Yep.
And I have the best time. Edmonton was amazing. And then this at T-Mobile Arena. And I'm telling you, Ariel, I will be a star and I will be a world champion.
I believe it, man. You have that energy. It's infectious. People want to get behind people like you who bring us along. I talked about this at the beginning of the show. You bring us along on your journey, and it's an emotional journey, and you allow us to see, about your story and your family and everything like that, and it all feels very real and authentic. So keep doing you. Keep doing your thing. Please get over the third round. Don't let that haunt you anymore. And I look forward to the next one, which should be a big one for you. Congrats on the win.
Shout out to Faraz Zahavi, man. He's I know we had our beef a little bit.
You're good now?
We're super good, man. He reached out to me. He's
Love
an
it.
amazing guy. We kind of like got over our beef and stuff like that, and he actually is one of the guys that reached out to me, which is pretty awesome because I know he has a guy in the top 5 as well. So for him to reach out for me means a lot to me. So I appreciate that, and I know he's your Canadian fella as well.
That's
so
right.
I kind of had to put it out there. Shout out to Faraz for
He's
that.
a great guy.
Yeah, he really is. I feel like a lot of people wanted to get it all going and stuff like that, and that was kind of like at the moment. But I wanted the respect, and he's a great guy, man. And we both chasing the same thing. We're both Muslims. We both trying to really show this young upcoming kids and stuff like that, and all this stuff. So it definitely meant a lot for him reaching out, and it was pretty cool.
Salam alaikum, Youssef. All the best to you.
Walaikum salam, brother.
Congrats.
Thank you guys for putting that video, man. That was awesome. Thank you guys from my
course.
mom. Shout out to my mom and my dad. I appreciate you guys.
Of course, all the best, and congrats again on the win. There he is, Youssef Zalal. Big win for him. Great smile, great personality, infectious, and on a roll. And those are the names who are next. It has to be, if it's not Lerone, obviously Diego. We're talking Arnold Allen. We're talking Yair Rodriguez. We're talking Aljamain Sterling. By the way, congratulations to Aljo and his now wife. They got married yesterday. Beautiful scenes. I saw a couple of fighters posting pictures. Very, very happy for him. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it, but he did send me the invitation, and it was very thoughtful. Even the pre-wedding bash as well. There was some sort of bash. Couldn't make that one either. But he was there in his boys' corner on Saturday. Unbelievably so. His then fiance, now wife, a saint. Usually Saturday before you get married, you're out, I don't know, doing a dinner thing, you're hosting people, whatever. He's out there cornering one of his best friends. And then Merab saying afterwards that he wants to find his own wife because he wants to have kids around the same age as Aljo's kids so they can hang out together. It's all very beautiful. It's all very beautiful. Great scene at the beginning of the card. Veronica Hardy getting back on track. She has made a habit out of fighting in these curtain jerkers, as we call them, but she doesn't seem to mind. I've heard this from other fighters as well who say, look, the best part about being the first fight of the night is when you're going to fight. You know exactly when you're going to fight. You get it out of the way, and then you can enjoy the rest of your evening. So last time we saw her was back in November of this past year right here in New York. Didn't go her way. She gets back on track with a big win on Saturday. She is kind enough to join us right here and now on the program. There she is. Hello, Veronica. How are you?
I'm all good. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to have you. Welcome back. We do have a member of the team who's a massive fan of yours, Frankie. He's disappointed that you're not wearing some sort of like heavy metal shirt right now. He loves when you're rocking all the...
No, I do have,
oh,
just in case I get cold, Lorna Shore, I do have my hoodie here.
Okay.
But, it got a bit sunny all of a sudden, so I had to take it off.
What is that, Lorna Shore?
Yeah, it's too heavy for you, Ariel.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Let me ask Frank. Frank, do you know Lorna Shore? Do you know them, Frank?
I'm unfamiliar with Lorna Shore.
Wow, you actually stumped.
They are heavy.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's really good.
Because this guy walks around here like he's the connoisseur, like he knows everything about heavy metal. So you just stumped him. We're going to hold this against him for a very long time. Thank you for that. I did see you in the back rocking the Pantera shirt. Like you're in the locker room rocking this. I didn't even know that was allowed, by the way, given the uniform policies. Why are you wearing this in the back? What does this mean to you?
I don't know. I wasn't told I couldn't wear it, so I did.
But like, are you trying to say something with that shirt? Does it represent something, a mindset?
Yes. Well, I actually saw Pantera earlier this year with Dan over in Birmingham, and we also saw them at the T-Mobile in September. So it was like right before the fight to be there, to be in the arena and have a band that I really enjoy play. And Phil Anselmo is somebody who like you can feel the how he radiates that energy to go out and to like fight for something that you really want to, and the back of the shirt says or the crew neck says vulgar display of power, and I think that's something that I wanted in my mind as well. Something that Dad said to me during training camp was like, dude, you can't just listen to metal. You have to be metal. And like just to keep that in mind during the fight, because sometimes I just try to wait for the perfect moment or like create it, but I'm not doing enough to create these moments that I have full confidence that I can capitalize on. And I hesitate within myself. And, of course that comes confidence issues and all the other fun stuff to deal with for a fight. But it was just that reminder for myself as well that that's what I go in there to do. Like that's the main goal. You have the tools, you have the martial arts where it teaches you the correct way, like the defense, the offense, the possibilities, but in the end it's a fight and you have to demonstrate that. And I don't think I did a great job at it, but it was certainly better than last time.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. You say vulgar display of power. Did you exemplify that? Do you think you pulled that off? You just said you don't think so. Why don't you think so?
Because I wasn't more aggressive. There was there was moments in the fight where I felt like I can finish this girl. She doesn't want to be here anymore, and to feel that and not go for it, not capitalize on it. That wasn't very Phil Anselmo of me. And that's why I don't think I did such a good job at it, because I felt like there was some improvements in my calmness throughout the fight and my lack of excess movement and my presence, but there wasn't that vulgar display of power.
And so why do you think that is? When you recognize she doesn't want to be here, you're seeing this in the fight, but you're not putting your foot on the gas pedal, so to speak. Why do you think that's happening?
Well, I kind of want to fix it overnight, but I didn't realize how far down I was, if that makes sense. It's like noticing you don't have enough confidence and you just go, oh yeah, you just have confidence and that's it.
Right.
And although it kind of is there it takes steps and it takes things like you proving it to yourself over and over again for it not to be an issue anymore, for you to be able to step in there and be like, oh, I see it, go and capitalize on it, and not have a conversation with yourself if you should capitalize it or not. And when those things get kind of filtered out, I think I will showcase my skill level a lot more. There was in positions where I was just holding, or I was kind of like cagey, I wasn't letting go, I wasn't as aggressive as I could have been. But I think realizing that sometimes like that is the most logical thing to do. It's what will keep you the safest. Is a different way that I can approach it and apply it, and probably be happier with my performance after.
You mentioned confidence here a couple times in the post-fight press conference that you had. You mentioned it a bunch on Saturday. Is that because of what happened in your last fight, or is this a bigger discussion?
No, this is a much bigger discussion. I mean, before the last fight, I wasn't confident there either. Like even when I was on the win streak, I was winning, and that was great. It's much better than losing all the time.
Mhm.
But it wasn't like, oh, I'm this super fighter, or I'm this, or I know when I step in there, I'm gonna do all these things. It's like I see the things work, but it's almost like a disbelief, almost like an imposter syndrome, sort of, where you're like, for some things you really believe the things that you can do and you hold yourself to a really high standard, and then for other things you don't think you're that capable of, or you hesitate. And within the hesitation, the window of time to capitalize on the movement is gone. So like, let's say you created something with a feint, with a movement, with footwork, with something, you disorganize the opponent, and then when you should have gone, because that's your moment to capitalize it, you didn't, because you were talking to yourself about whether you should go or not. That moment's gone. Let's say you do throw the punch, and then the punch doesn't land as it should be, and then that's another point to the fact that you were arguing with yourself.
Oh, wow.
And then it's just like
All this is happening in the fight. All this is happening.
Oh
in your
yeah,
head.
like there's so I don't know if this is for everybody that this happens, but there's definitely a lot of things that happen. And um with the more fights that I get, also 11 months out isn't the greatest for being more present, but that's why I focus so much in this camp, to work on that, because I know that that's something unavoidable. Like when I fought in New York, I was avoiding the fact that I would feel this way and avoiding the conversations that I have. And it snuck up on me at the very end. And like I didn't do anything till the third round, because I was just like, what is going on? I felt like I wasn't the one riding the experience. I was kind of watching it from
Wow.
like next to me, and it was like, oh, I'm walking towards the cage, what's going on? It's like, oh, I guess we're doing this now. And I knew that that was a big thing that I had to address for the following fights and for just the rest of my life. Because when something gets intense, when a situation, it doesn't only have to be fighting. It can be like making a financial decision. It can be making any sort of decision. You want to be as present as possible and feel all the emotions. And sometimes they're not comfortable. But I didn't address that in the last fight, and it has been my focus to fix that problem. Like, I don't have to, that doesn't have to define me anymore. Like, I don't have to be that way. I can fix this.
So how do you work on that? How do you try to fix that?
Well, during this time, I had obviously I have my boxing coach, Joby Clayton. He helps me tremendously with that, and he helps a lot of athletes in the mental aspect of it, in how to you approach the fight, how to visualize, and how to get the most out of your inner power, for lack of better words. And of course, Dan, like my husband, I mean, the person that I used to be versus the person that I am now is just so different. I feel from inside out a completely different person. And that's thanks to him helping me navigate all these really tough situations and giving me the space, the strength, and the tools to prove to myself that I am strong enough to face these things and move forward and just continue to grow. And to have him help me with that, not just fix things for me, but give me the tools that I feel I'm strong enough to do things myself, has really changed. And I started to see the power of it, and believe in the power of it in order to apply it. And of course, I started working with somebody that Randy Couture recommended to me, because we had some of these conversations on the road while Dan was commentating for PFL. And he gave me the phone number of this lady that she has been an incredible help, and she's been coming over the house every Sunday, and we've been reviewing, and I've been seeing these changes week by week in sparring, in the sessions that I do. And that's been so like uplifting and motivating, because it makes me see how much more I have to grow, and how possible it is, and how obtainable it is. And it's amazing.
I love talking about these things, so I appreciate you opening up about it and being so honest with us. Do you feel like this is helping you as a fighter and a person as well? Because some might say, like, I'm fine as a person, but when it comes to my fighting, I feel like an imposter, or I don't have the proper confidence. Are you talking about Veronica, the human being, as well as the fighter when you talk about these issues?
Yeah, I think you can't help but link them, because in the end of the day, I am the source.
Right.
It's me as a person, and me as a person stepping in there. So there is no separation. It's just the heightened experience of it because of the stress surrounding it. You're in a fist fight with another person that is trained, that has been studying you to, hurt you, as well as their entire team, as well as the circumstances of what this happens to your career, based on the results, how you've prepared for it. It's all such a battlefield within itself, that when you step in there's just so many layers that you're also fighting, and you can ignore them and let the outcome happen, whatever may be, or you can grab onto it and be like, I'm the driver. I'm taking hold of this, and I'm not letting it control me. And that, for me, to be able to do that, or take a step in that direction, not do that, to be able to take a step in that direction in such a heightened state, in such a intense moment, that gives me so much confidence to do it on like my day-to-day life. And then I walk around now and I feel like a different person. And that's thanks to these moments, thanks to these things that really push me in that direction, that give you no choice but to face it.
I wanted to ask you about something that, that has come to me in my life, and I wonder if you think this way as well, because it's sort of along the same lines, but it might be a bridge too far. When you're around guys like Randy Couture, when you're at the gym, when you're in Vegas with these great fighters, your husband is Dan Hardy. These people are the best of the best who have done what you are striving to become, right? They are former champions, legends. Do you ever have moments where you're like, how did I get here? do I deserve this? This knowledge being imparted on me? I'm a young woman from Venezuela. How did I end up here? And how did I get so lucky? And sometimes I've said this. I've been around like people I've admired in broadcasting and stuff. And I'm like, how did I end up in this car with these people? And did I earn this? Do I deserve this? Should I be here? Should I not? Do you have these conversations as well?
I think the most bizarre thing for me isn't so much to just speak to them, but to see how they are invested in me. And I'm like, well, you care enough to have an open, honest conversation with me, something that you think will benefit me. Like you're along this journey with me, and you believe that I can do something that is of significance for somebody like yourself, somebody that I admire. Like you must see something within me that sometimes I don't even see within myself. And that's the part for me that feels very surreal, especially because they've poured information, they poured knowledge, they've poured a part of their heart out to you, to help you. And then when you go and you perform, you want to make those people proud because somebody, has taken the time to do that and make them be legends of the sport, or just an average, like, everyday person. They're all it's energy from themselves that they're giving to you, and that's so special. And I kind of want to honor that when I fight. And I think the times that I don't showcase that enough, where they've given me so much more than what I've shown, that's the part that gets a little bit like could have done so much better. They deserve a better performance.
So
But
on this,
they know they know how it is. They know it's hard. They know you can't always
sure.
go out and do your best. Well, you always do your best, but like your best skills won't come out, and they understand that. And within that, that also gives me a sense of like, okay, it's fine, keep going.
So are you happy about your performance? Like, are you happy with the win? How do you feel on this Monday afternoon about what you accomplished on Saturday night?
I have a bit of mixed feelings about it. I felt like I went through a lot internally, personally for this training camp, just because I needed to. It was just time. It was time for me to do these things. I couldn't run away from it anymore because I'd seen the consequences of what that that is. I have felt it in New York. My mind took over me. So I'm happy I've taken steps in the right direction. I thought I could showcase being further along, and that was the part that kind of annoyed me after the fight, that I saw these things and I didn't fully trust myself. It was more trust, but it wasn't full. And in training, I've showcased a lot better skills, a lot more aggression, a lot more willingness, than I did in the fight. So that's the part that I'm kind of annoyed about. But it's a journey. Next time will be better, and then next time will be better, and that's all we can hope for.
Were you worried that what happened to you in New York would happen again on Saturday? Were you thinking about that in the locker room or in the days leading up to the fight?
I was thinking about that, but not just right before. I was thinking about that from when I stepped out of New York. Like, that was a big problem. That wasn't like a skill issue. I was like, your autoimmune disease problem
Mm-hmm.
right there, right? Like you have to fix that. And it's been like a long time that I've been working towards that. So I had, even though, that thought will always creep up, like, will this happen again? You don't know because you haven't been in this situation in 11 months. I was confident in the fact that I had really dug deep into that aspect of it, and I have put in a lot of work. It's like it's a muscle. You have to train it. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna do and be confident today. Like, what did you do to improve on that aspect? What did you do to improve on the aspects that weren't so great? And I felt like I worked extremely hard on it, and I looked more calm in there. I felt more calm. Um, but there's a lot to improve still.
By the way, why the long layoff? Why 11 months?
It's just kind of the way the things played out. I had like a little bit of an injury that was lingering. It was coming back and forth, so I didn't know how serious it was. Um, and then and then that, and then I just needed time. I just
Okay.
needed time to believe in myself. I was on a 3-fight win streak, and I was just like, okay, surely this will end soon. And that's not how you should think. Like, I owe it to myself to at least give myself credit for all the work that I do. So that needed to be fixed and took a little bit longer than I thought.
Okay. Would you like to get back in there quickly, or do you want a little bit more time now to kind of?
No, I would like to get back in there really quickly. Like beginning of next year. I felt like I found a good groove in Las Vegas at Extreme Couture. The training was really nice. There was a lot of people that were integrated into the camp, like Kenny Johnson that came from California. Sean Strickland has been very helpful. Eric Nixick is just such a sweetheart, and he's really intense. And the girls that I've gotten to train with, like, now I feel like I'm on a good roll, and I want to build up on that. I want to build on training with Piera and Tatiana and Haley and Pani. Like, all these girls are pushing me on a daily basis to be better, and that's what is giving me confidence as well, is that I'm working with these really high level women that are so willing to share their information, their knowledge, and their feelings approaching a fight.
Can we talk about that one photo that we just showed over there? I mean, that is, I don't know if you're the type to like put up pictures of yourself in your house, but like that is diabolical stuff right there. What is you know what you're thinking in this moment here? It's a tremendous shot.
I think I was just present in that shot. I don't think I was thinking anything in particular. I was just in the moment, and sometimes I see photos of myself and I'm like, oh my, is that what I look like in that moment? Wow.
Do you like that? Do you like looking at yourself in that state?
It's nice that part of myself can be liberated sometimes, and it's nice to see that it gets the time outside that it deserves, because I think it makes me a calmer, nicer person.
Are you full-time in Vegas now?
We're looking into it.
Okay.
We're gonna go back home now for a little bit. See my nephew, see my mother-in-law, give her a big hug. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since we've seen our family, so that's something I'm looking forward to. But then coming back and then seeing having something at least like a rental for a longer period of time in order to be able to build up on these things.
By the way, I know you've been focused on your fight and everything going on. Any word on the state of Dan's father, with the state of Nottingham Forest being as bad as it is? Has he mentioned, because it's been a very disgraceful start to the season, has he mentioned this to you? It's awful.
No, he hasn't. He's been real quiet about
Okay, maybe he didn't want to bring any bad juju your way, because it's been an absolute shit show, pardon my French. I mean, it's been awful. So don't bring it up if you do see him in the coming days. But I did love what you had to say about your mother-in-law vigorously cleaning the bathroom while getting ready for your fights. She's that nervous. It's amazing. Like, you don't often hear, a woman have that kind of relationship with her mother-in-law, right? Sometimes there's friction. It seems like there's a genuine love there and support between the two of you.
Oh man, I admire her so much. Like, I'm so happy she's Dan's mom, so I got to meet her. It's like she's so special. The way that she is able to like showcase emotion. She's very an emotionally very intelligent, very independent woman. So to see her navigate the world is something that's quite fascinating, and she has so much love for everything and for the people around her, and she showcases that with me. She's made me feel like I'm her daughter, not Dan's wife.
Right.
It's something really beautiful that I know I'm very, very fortunate to have. So it's awesome.
This poor woman, she probably was a ball of nerves as her son was having his career. She thought she was done with it, and then now you enter.
I know. I feel so bad.
Yeah. Jeez Louise, I can't imagine. If she views you as her daughter, she's probably the exact same. That is tough. What about the relationship with Sean? I know you were asked about it, but like that photo of Sean with you guys wearing the singlet is legendary stuff. He seems to be like a walking, I don't know, a walking like juxtaposition of this guy who really seems to care, but then has to show that he doesn't care, but deep down is a good soul, but he says things that are sometimes polarizing. What's your relationship like with him and your experience with him?
I mean, like that's absolutely it. And like, I don't know if it's because he doesn't think that people will appreciate the things that he has to say, which I find bizarre. I mean, dude, you won a world champion.
Yeah.
If you know, in the UFC, like you have beat so many great, phenomenal fighters. Of course, you have things to teach and to showcase. So I don't know if it's like part of that. Why he will showcase you something and then like walk away and then come back and almost like doesn't want you to reject him saying something. Now obviously I'm speculating, I haven't spoken to him about this, but I find that fascinating. But you can just tell that he really cares based on the things that he said. Like as soon as I got to Vegas, I remember being in the cage with Dan and he walked up to me and he gave me like some tips around how to find training in Vegas and how to navigate things and how to set up my own camp. And I was just like, what? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And then like during the week, other times that I see him give like great advice to other fighters and say things to me that I'm like, wow, that's very, very logical. More logical than I've heard a lot of people. And it's just it's been fascinating to see him coach and to be coached by him, and the way that is able to simplify things and overcome such aspects that he knows that like mentally this is a hard challenge because of your mindset in some way, and thinking this way will kind of go over that minefield that you might get sucked into. So it's really intelligent the way that he also approaches the training and how he says to deal with things. Now of course with that is, you know, a vocabulary that if your ego is not in check, then it will be offensive to you. Like nobody wants to hear like, "Hey, let me show you how I kicked your ass."
Yeah.
You know, like if your ego is not in check, you'll be like, "Oh, you know, f you," which I've seen happen, and I'm like, dude, it's your loss. He's there willing to give you solid golden information that, you know, I have traveled the world. I've paid so much money in privates, like hoped and stuff. And here he is giving it to you. It's there. So it's been fascinating to see him, and he's been such a great help for not only for me but for everybody in the team, and to see him in that role, to see something that's so different to what I kind of expected. It's yeah, it's mind blowing.
I heard you talk about him in the post-fight press conference where he'll like come and tell you something and then leave and then come back. I experienced the same thing. I went to Extreme Couture in June and I had a feeling he might be there and I thought he despised me. And so I was a little bit nervous to see him. And this was 2 days after him and Chris Curtis had that thing at the Tough Enough event when they stormed the cage. And I was like, oh man, if we see Sean, like we got to be ready. He couldn't have been nicer, more welcoming, warmer, and he would come and talk to us, and then he would leave, and then he would come back, and then he would just and so about this, and it was like we were old friends. I was like, is this Sean Strickland? What's going on here? So I knew exactly what you were talking about. That's exactly. And by the way, congratulations! I see you're doing like more presenting. You did the Netflix stuff and UFC BJJ stuff. Here you are. Look at you with the Netflix mic flag and all that. Are you loving this?
Yeah, that is one of like my favorite experiences too. It's that I got to do the Canelo Crawford event. It was to I remember like getting to the arena and seeing the Alex Gray drum kit, and that's Tool. I mean, like that's it. And I was just like, what is going on? And for them to tell me that, you know, they had come and they were going to play like a small piece and they were coming later and they were going to be in Crawford's corner. It was just so surreal, the entire thing. I'm like, my favorite band ever is going to be in this ultra mega fight where these athletes are extremely skilled, so intelligent, so, you know, you have to it's so tiny, the little details and the distance for boxing, you know, it's so refined because the real is more limited in combat. And just to see that up close, to see them coming in to the arena, like the tension, to feel it all, and to think that, dude, in a few weeks' time, that's going to be you walking in there. That's going to be you feeling these things, you in the locker room. So it was an opportunity to not only witness such greatness, but also to visualize myself in this position and relive these moments, even though I'm not having them as frequently as I should be.
When we came back that Monday, we're all talking about the fight and Netflix and the 70,000 people and Dana's first event. All Frank wanted to talk about was the fact that he saw Mysterious Frank in the back, that he saw in your Instagram story that you were excited that Tool was there. That's his favorite band. He keeps trying to tell me about these guys that I've never heard of. So he wants to ask you a question about this. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, Veronica, big fan of you and Dan's. I was just curious. So it sounds like you got to talk to Adam and Danny. Did they give any indication of why they were there, like how that came to be? Were they supporting one of the fighters, or what happened?
Oh, yeah. By the way, before you answer this, we had Terrence on the show that Monday after his massive win, and he kept asking me to ask Terrence about Tool. We have 15 minutes with Terrence Crawford, and he wants me to waste one of my questions on Tool. With all due respect, I couldn't do that. But anyway, he's been dying to know how this happened.
That's a fascinating question.
It is
though.
a good question. You're right.
Tool and Terrence Crawford made no sense to me. Like, out of all the things, that was like, it blew my mind the most. I was just like, how this doesn't even make sense. Like the music, all of it was so different. So yeah.
Do you know the answer?
No, I don't know the
Oh, okay.
Well, like I just when I spoke to some of the guys that were helping him set up, they just said that they had asked them to come over and do a gig, and that's
Wow.
how it turned out. And they were in California. That's the only information that I got. I just told Adam that I was a big fan, and he's like giant, and he like it's just so much taller than me, looking down, and I'm like, oh my god, don't say anything dumb.
Wow. Well, something to strive
and he was
for.
just like really enjoying, enjoying all of it. So it was so great to see, guys that have sold out arenas as well, to also be fans of the moment in their own, like, wow, this is awesome. So to see them in that situation was really cool.
I think Frank would agree. Last thing, what's up with the Hot Wheels and Dan? What's going on here? What is this?
You know what the worst part is? Like, we were about to check out, and the lady goes, "Oh, we have another room full of Hot Wheels." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm just getting him out the store." And he's only got 12 of them. So it's good. That's so much less than normal. And then she says, "No, the guy yesterday came in here and bought like 182. So I counted them one by one. You're fine. You're not excessive. Have a look at the back."
Oh.
And I was just like, "No, we need to go."
He collects these?
Yeah, but he collects a lot of things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he just likes collecting. But at least they're cool things. So I can't tell him like whatever. They're like inspiring, cool things that make you feel a certain way. So
yeah, the
I'm
little
all
kid
right
in
with
him.
it.
I respect
Yeah.
it. I respect it. There's a coach named Mindset Mike who works with the likes of Ayman Zahabi. I've talked to him about him. He's a mental coach as well. He told me about a book that he recommends to all his fighters called Chop Wood, Carry Water. And I bought it just because I wanted to see what he was all about. And a lot of the stuff you were talking about, it's about an American who goes to become a samurai. It's a very easy read. It's like 120 pages. But maybe in this downtime, you'll find some inspiration in it. It's about like finding yourself and working towards a goal and becoming the greatest version of yourself and all this stuff. Chop wood, carry water. When you were talking about it, it made me think of that confidence and all that stuff. Regardless, congratulations. You're an inspiration. You're doing big things, and it's really a pleasure to always talk to you about this side of the game, because we don't get it often, and I enjoy it very much. So thank you for taking some time. Enjoy the victory, and we look forward to your next fight.
No, thank you. It's always a pleasure to come on the show. Thank you very much.
There she is, Veronica Hardy, coming off a big win on Saturday against Brogan Walker. Another nice win for her. That's now 4 out of 5 for Veronica Hardy. What do you think of that, Frank? Your big moment.
That was huge. Thanks, man.
We still don't know.
We still don't. The mystery just gets deeper and deeper.
Continues. Yeah.
And to be honest, if I was in her position, getting to talk to them, I also would not ask them.
Is that like the dream celebrity convo for you? Is that number one?
I've met one of the guys before.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I met the lead singer.
Oh.
That was cool.
Where?
This was he makes wine in Arizona, and he was doing a wine bottle signing.
That's not very metal.
I mean, the wine is pretty cool.
Okay.
I love how you are the litmus test of what.
Well, I mean, I've just learned a little bit about being metal.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good time. Thanks for letting me ask that question.
Okay, so you met him. I thought that you were going to say something about the meeting.
Well, then you just chat all over.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Be expected.
Oh, wow. Was it a nice meeting, or were you disappointed?
It was a nice meeting. To be honest, you could probably relate to it. It was a little emotional because it was like, damn, like you have these people on such high pedestals, and then you meet them and like they're humans.
They're humans.
Yeah.
It's like Us Weekly says.
Us Weekly.
The stars are just like us.
It's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Cooking it up.
Yep. No, I get it. And one day we're going to see Terrence. Terrence was actually photographed in Japan over the weekend. I saw a tweet from Nobuyuki Sakakibara, formerly of Pride, of Dream, now of Ryzen. Look at Terrence, living his best life. Today I had lunch with Terrence Crawford, who is visiting Japan. I just had lunch. Haha. I think insinuating maybe that people thought that he was cutting a deal with Terrence, but Terrence living his best life. He was over in Riyadh. I saw that, and now over in Japan with Sakakibara. Imagine Terrence showing up on a New Year's Eve show.
I mean, we've seen Mayweather, we've seen Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Why not?
Kind of past their prime. He's very much in his prime, but Sakakibara.
That bag's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Just do it.
Terrence Crawford versus who? Juan Archuleta?
Yeah, no, I'm going to pass on that.
It's always Juan Archuleta. I heard you mention him this weekend when talking about Bellator.
I don't know. You just who else? Who's the guy? Man, someone came over from the UFC and found like a really good lane for himself in Ryzen. Not Miles Jury, who I saw this weekend with Jeremy Stevens. Come on, you guys know. There's
nah, man.
No.
I do know Juan Archuleta though.
Yeah, you had a good run over there.
James Tahuno?
No, not James. Who was it? Dang it. Someone. The chat will know for sure. Did he have a mustache? I think he has a mustache. Rick, you don't know.
He's framing up here right now.
No, he is. Okay.
Robert DeSouza.
No, not Robert DeSouza. I see that on the chat. That's probably like that guy's real name.
Nah, you don't remember Robert DeSouza?
There's a guy who came from the UFC and went to Ryzen and has had a nice little run over there. Man, Danny Sabatello's not a bad one, but that's not who I'm talking about. It's not Sabatello. It's a UFC guy. He came out to All-American. I am a real man.
You remember all this about him, but you don't remember his name?
Darren Cruikshank. That's the one. From Detroit, Michigan. Darren Cruikshank. Thank you. Yes.
Maynard James King.
I got too
Please don't die. Thank you.
I got too excited.
Okay.
This is a problem.
Cough button integrity is good.
How's it?
Stop doing that.
How was it?
I'm coughing.
Darren Cruikshank. Oh. Good one, Frank.
I was hoping Yuri would laugh.
No, did he hear it?
He should have heard it.
He's locked in. Jiri Prochazka, the pride of the Czech Republic, joining us. It's hard not to feel emotional about what Yuri did on Saturday. Honestly, the comeback win and then the way he conducted himself during the main event and in the aftermath of the main event. I mean, I got so many messages about just like, I love this guy. I love how he acts. I love how he fights. I love how he conducts himself. I love his spirit. I mean, he really is the best of MMA. He really is. It is such a joy to just watch the video blogs, the social media. It sounds like I'm just glazing him here, because he's about to come on, but it truly is a joy to witness his career blossom in front of us. Everything that he does is just so fascinating, and so I am really, really appreciative. He just landed back home all the way from Vegas. He's kind enough to give us some time here, so let's not waste any time. Okay, let's say hello to him in a matter of seconds. He's going to be joining us in a matter of seconds. He just landed. Long journey. I can't even imagine how long that journey is, but he's kind enough to join us, and so now here he is, the great Jiri Prochazka. Hello, Yuri. How are you? Thank you so much. I really do appreciate this.
Hey, Ariel. I'm doing well. Just like you said, I just came back to Czech Republic. Right now, I'm on the gas station doing this.
Oh my gosh.
Interview. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I won't keep you. Are you tired?
No, man. I'm okay.
Okay. Are you on a high? Like, how do you even come down from what you did on Saturday? How do you describe that?
Boom. Like you mean from the after the fight or
Yeah,
the jet
everything,
lag, you mean?
all the motion. No, you had such a moment on Saturday, comeback, a great finish, then the main event
Yeah.
stuff. Like, how do you come
Man,
down from that?
I didn't still realize that they're like fully. I'm still like in the moment. I'm just enjoying the successful mission. And right now with my team, we just had together last like dinner here, and now we went everybody our way. So I'm happy that everything was successful, especially that I started to work more in third round. So I'm happy that I won. Yeah.
Have you rewatched the fight?
Not yet. Not yet. I just saw some pieces from the fight. It's like the main pieces from the fight, but not yet because I want to be fully focused for the interview. Yeah, for interview for that fight. Yeah,
Right.
to see that.
Do you remember what you were thinking going into the third round? You know how the first two rounds went. Do you remember what you're thinking, what's going on in your head as you are about to commence the third round?
Sure, I know, because the coaches told me like before the third round, I realized that, man, it's not enough. It's not enough, and it's hard, and you are so slow, not in the rhythm. He is smaller, but he's very dynamic, very tough, very hard punches, hard kicks. So I said to myself, man, I really have to go through him. Really have to go through him. And that was something what I did. This is what I did. Yeah.
You said in the post-fight interview that you felt like the first round was a little too easy, and I just wanted to ask you about that and perhaps clarify. When you say too easy, like, did you mean like you weren't feeling challenged? You weren't. It wasn't.
No, yeah,
what did you
that's
mean
it.
by that?
Yeah, that's it. That's what you said. Like,
Okay.
I didn't felt that like a challenge from him. Like I didn't felt like he's like I don't want to speak badly about Khalil, but like but really I didn't feel like real danger, you know, because I felt from him easy, like really good vibe. I felt from him, and all these punches, very fast punches, very fast and hard hooks. But I saw all of these punches, all of his actions. I saw that before he started. So
You didn't feel like he was a threat. You didn't
yeah.
feel like
So, yeah,
threatened by
yeah.
him.
Yeah, so yeah, something like that, and it was my mistake that I didn't started to be more intensive in my preparation, in my room where I did my warm up. So that was I felt really like some guy from fighting who fought the same night. He said that like I felt like really tired and almost sleeping, and I felt the same. Yeah, man. I felt like man, rather I will sleep. Rather I will sleep, and it was not like really a good warm up. Yeah, that was yes.
Has that ever happened to you before?
No, that was like first time. That was like first time, but I realized that. I really realized that, and I said to myself, man, it's here. You recognize that these state of attitude, like you are lazy, you are slow, but you have to be fast. And maybe that third and last round where I felt I need to totally change it to the opposite. That was for me to wake up.
And you did. When you figured out that you did wake up and that you were able to stop him, was that more relief? How did you feel internally? Because as you say, you're feeling lazy, you're feeling lethargic, and you only had a few minutes left. You didn't have 2 more rounds. It wasn't a 5-round fight. It was a 3-round fight.
Yeah, sure. But I don't need like 5 rounds to finish opponent. I just need like 30 seconds of full focus to catch the space. Where is the target? Where is the way how to win? Yeah.
When you go to the back, do they tell you, hey, we want you to come out for the main event, or did you say to them, I want to come out to watch the main event?
I said that. I said I want to go there. I want to watch the main event. Maybe I will go there and congrats the champion. But that I did after a fight in the changing room. After I congrats to Alex and all his team, and my team congrats them. So because there is no bad blood between us, so everything was good.
There was a shot before the fight started as Ankalaev is about to go into the cage, and the way they framed it, you were looking at him. There you are.
Yep.
What is going on in your mind here?
Nothing. There was no bad wish or whatever. I just, like every time, I just want to see the best fight. Let the better win. Really, let the better win. But inside myself, I wish that to Alex. Yeah, because all these bullshits what Ankalaev said, and so that's why.
And I know you were asked about it in the post-fight press conference, but I have to ask you again. The shot of you getting emotional, seeing Alex win, is such a unique thing, because if someone didn't know any better, Jiri, they would think you guys were lifelong best friends. And this is a man that you fought twice and who beat you twice in the biggest of moments.
Yeah, man.
Can you describe that? Why are you so emotional in that moment? It's so fascinating.
It's not because I was so happy that Alex won or Ankalaev lose that fight. I was so emotional because in that moment I really realized that Pereira won, and there is a potential fight between me and him, and that means there is a third chance for me to be successful. And I deeply realized, man, this is something what you have to win or nothing. So I just realized this thing, and I said to myself, man, that will be, I think, the biggest challenge of my life.
Okay, so I think the interpretation online was that you were so happy for Alex, and maybe you don't like Ankalaev because of the back and forth. Yeah. It was just the realization that you're going to get a chance to right the wrong and potentially fight him for the third time was hitting you, and you were so happy. Is that mainly it?
That's right.
Okay, fascinating. And you were overcome by emotion. Is it because you thought maybe you would never have this chance?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, man. I realized that, like, man, right now he won. Perfect win, perfect press, really good, like really nice. He showed really nice performance. No matter if Ankalaev was not in if he wasn't super healthy or whatever. First fight, Pereira wasn't super healthy, but doesn't matter. I just realized, like, man, this is potential the biggest fight of your life. And fuck, man, I really want to win. I know I'm taking a lot of risks in my fights, but I know I will find a way, whatever.
How do you feel in the aftermath about this talk that he says, I want to go to heavyweight, I want to fight John Jones? Usually these days when people are moving up, they have to vacate the title. And so if you don't get that chance, but it is for the title and it's against Carlos Ulberg, we presume, would that be okay with you? Would you feel okay about that?
I already said to, like, in the interviews, like, and I'm saying almost every time the same. I'm not changing my answer. So the answer is the same. I really want to fight for the title, and I don't care who will be my opponent.
I understand that and believe you, but because I see that emotion about the idea of fighting Alex, there probably is a part of you who would say the ideal scenario is fighting Alex for the belt, right? The ideal.
Yeah, whatever. Right now, I'm not locked in just one thing, but let that will be whoever. I believe I will go through him for the title.
Do you think, regardless of the opponent, your next fight will be for the belt?
I believe in that. Yeah, that's right now on my negotiation between me and or my manager and UFC. And if there was a possibility to fight for the title in the June with Ankalaev, and I declined it because the university, and right now I I won my last fight with Khalil. So right now I believe logically there is a chance to go for the title.
You had mentioned, in addition to that June fight, that there was maybe some talk of you fighting Carlos. What happened there? Did you say that he turned it down or you turned it down?
No. I was first after the June, after my final exams on university. There was an offer for Ulberg in Australia. I accepted that, and he declined that because I don't know, whatever. He just declined that. Then I accept Rountree, and in the same time, he accepted Reyes.
Okay. How would you feel about a fight against Ulberg for the vacant title? Do you like that?
Whatever.
Whatever.
Right now, like I said, I really don't care who will be my opponent. I don't want to choose my opponent. I already confirmed Ulberg. Then I confirmed the Rountree. So for me right now is if you want to be the champion, you have to go through everyone.
Throughout the week, I know you said that you spoke to Alex and his team after the fight. I'm sure you saw them throughout the week too. Did you have a chance to talk to Magomed and maybe clear the air with him?
No, I didn't. And maybe I don't like to speak with him because he have to be responsible for all his tweets. Even when I met him in the UFC PI, and he said hi, like normally he said normally hello, and I just watched him. All my team just watched him. What he just did, like he tried to say hello, like nothing, like there was like if there was not anything what he wrote on the Twitter. And then I really realized, like he's just maybe all these guys are around him. I don't know if his manager or who do that, who wrote these tweets or all these bullshits. But he's like normal sportsman. But the guys around him, they do this dirty work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both you and Alex talked about this in the aftermath, that it didn't sit well with you guys.
What we spoke about.
Alex also even said that he felt like the things that were said, that Magomed had to pay for it, even though
that's right.
It's on his Twitter. He has to own it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And that's why I don't like to. Before this fight, before the Khalil Rountree, I was prepared to go for his manager or for Ankalaev and tell him what the fuck was this shit, what you spoke about, why you did that. There was nothing. What I didn't attack you with anything.
Mm-hmm.
So why you spoke these bullshits? And my coach told me, like, really calm down. Our fight is a Khalil Rountree right now, and let's be focused just for this one. Don't be focused for anybody else.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anybody else. So I just kept that. Yeah. And I'm happy I did that. I don't like to be focused to anyone else before the fight. Yeah, that's right.
Part of what I think people love about you, Jiri, is your catchphrase. Let's go for that. I don't think I've ever asked you, where did that come from? How did that start?
Man, it started with let's go for that. Let's go for this. I cleaned this sentence with the Nina drama.
Okay.
And I spoke with her, and I told her, like, okay, let's go for this, let's go for that, and she told me, like, man, when you said let's go for that sounds much like harder. Let's go for this one thing, and that means let's go for this target. Let's go for that. This time was for a win with Khalil.
Do you feel comfortable, Jiri? People really love you. They really feel something when you fight. You take them on a journey. Do you feel comfortable when you are showered with love and praise and are told how much you mean to people?
You know, one thing is to be not so comfortable what everybody's doing, what they sending you like for energy and all these things. You have to be the one who's do these things, but not because others give you something, and or you expect that they will send you the love or good vibe or good comments or whatever, because you are like that. And I just want to live my life, man. I just want to live my life.
I get it.
That's it. Just be the best version of yourself as is possible. That's all. And enjoy yourself.
Of course. I saw, by the way, your training method where you block your nose and your mouth when you run. Very unique. I've never seen that before. This is it from your video blog. Where did you come up with this, and why do you do it?
Man, this is like high-level technique of oxygen advantage method. And one of the guy who did these things was the Israel Adesanya, like the training under the water and the running without breathing. And this technique, what I did, is not for the people who's on the lower level on the oxygen advantage method, breathing method. This is like little bit higher level, so you can't see that so often. Yeah. So one more thing I will tell you, because it looks like every time if I do something like some training video, it seems like it's Jiri is doing weird thing, but this is not any weird thing, because when all the fighters will recognize the benefits of oxygen advantage breathing method. And when they realize that breathing is the principal, essential thing of the how to rule your body, and as a fighter, you are responsible for your breathing, for your body. Everybody will start to do that.
You've been doing it for a while?
Mark my words, really.
Have you been doing it for a while?
More than 2.5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. But right now I'm on the level where I can start sprinting without the breathing. Yeah.
Wow. I'll let you go in a moment. I don't want to keep you much longer, but I did see on your YouTube also these photos you posted in the graduation video of you as a youngster. Look at this guy right here. This is amazing. Would this young man ever believe that you would turn into the samurai that you've become, world-renowned, beloved by people all over the world? Would this guy believe all of this?
That was the start. That was where it all started. This age you are just showing right now. That was the age where I started with Muay Thai, and there was just a pure energy to beat everyone, to be better as much possible is in my life I'm capable of. So this is for what I'm doing till now. So.
And you are 100% doing it. I have to tell you before we let you go. We have a show here. The guys on the show, they watch you fight. They watch the fights. They do a watch party for the fights, a live stream. And I want to just show you one of the guys on the show, his reaction when you won on Saturday. This is how much you mean to people, including us here on the show. Okay, take a look at this.
Oh, spinning elbow from Jiri. 2 minutes to go. Jiri, empty the tank, man.
He's trying.
Oh, couple big shots from Jiri. Khalil slap. He's down. It's over. Jiri! Boom! The samurai puts him to sleep. Man. I love this man.
Oh!
I'm coming. Let's go, Jiri. Woo! How can you not love this guy? Oh, puts the check flag on. A couple big breaths. Oh, let's go. How can you not be a fan of this man?
Delivered.
Boom.
What do you think of that, Jiri?
Man, I think they a little act too much of this.
Okay.
Because they are on before the cameras, but I really appreciate that. I really appreciate if it's really natural. So
it was. It is from the heart. I can tell you that. It is from the heart. It is very natural.
Okay.
I could promise you that.
I'm happy too, man. I'm really happy that I found a way. Yeah.
And by the way, congratulations to you. I know you're doing a lot for cancer research with your charity, and you're donating a lot of money. And here you are doing amazing things for the less fortunate. And so much respect to you. And
thank you.
And everyone should support what you're doing. It's a beautiful thing.
Man, one more last thing I can say, like to say hello by this video, to say hello to Ashley, because she was on the fights. She watched the fights, and man, I have no time after a fight to just met her and say her hello. So
amazing.
So maybe by this.
Thank you so much, Jiri. Congratulations. Appreciate you doing this. Enjoy the victory, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Thank you. Stay strong. Have a great day.
All the best. There he is, Jiri Prochazka. Let's go for that. Amazing stuff there from Jiri. What a guy, what a soul. And you know, when he was talking about the relationship, and I was talking about the relationship between him and Alex, I even forgot to mention Izzy and Alex. The video of Izzy reacting to Alex Pereira's win was pretty amazing. It was clear that Izzy was rooting for him, and him reacting to how quickly Alex closed the distance. Like, you could tell this was a different Alex Pereira. Remember, the first time they fought, Alex Pereira and Magomed Ankalaev, the first time they fought, Ankalaev shot 12 times, didn't land a single takedown. Everyone thought that was going to be the blueprint. Obviously, he tried, but Pereira did a good job. But he also outthrew and outstruck Alex Pereira, which no one saw coming. And this time around, it wasn't the lethargic Pereira that we had seen back in March. It was a very aggressive. I mean, he was pouncing out there. We have the video. Here's Izzy reacting to what Alex did in that fight.
Oh, he's on. He's on. Nah, I know it. I see the eyes. Look at the eyes. Oh, he's going. He has to go orthodox. He has to go orthodox. Bro, he's on. Bro, yeah. Nah, that's quick, bro. Oh! Oh! Bro, he's on. He's on. Go, go, go. Finish it. Find your shot. Find the shot. Yeah, but find the shot. It's over. It's soon. Go, Herb. Yeah, on top. That's it. It's over. Ow! Shama.
The mutual respect between the two of them is a beautiful thing. Where it started, and then where it went, and now where it has ended up. Really a beautiful thing to see. Speaking of things to see, can we get a shot of GC? I mean, is GC heartbroken right now? I mean,
heartbroken. Heartbroken.
What is? I wanted to give you.
I don't know what else to say.
I wanted to give you some time there.
I think I'm a Black Jag fan now.
I wanted to give you some time.
I respect.
Do we have a shot of GC reacting?
No.
To Jiri reacting to GC?
Don't enjoy this so much, by the way.
Well, I'm the one who called for it.
Also,
I wanted to.
It's the most Jiri reaction.
We could have showed me like eating his favorite food, paying homage to his country, the fried cheese and everything.
Yes, you did a whole video. Fight
it's all
feast.
good. It's all good. It's all good.
Did you not want that? I mean, I thought he would appreciate it.
It's all good.
You did the.
I'll fly out to Prague.
Wait, you think it was
the only way to prove it?
You think this was coming from a negative place? I was trying to big him up. I was trying to, but I felt your soul dying from like
busy. He's tired. You know,
the gas station.
There was a fly in the gas station.
What about the fact that he never even said that to me? By the way, like he never said, "Oh, you know." Sometimes people be like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to pull over. I'll be in my car." Like this guy is in a gas station. Like probably the last thing he wants to do.
Nicest gas station I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah, but you could see from the reflection. You could see it was like Tesco.
Jiri reacting to rival winning fight, bawling. Jiri reacting to Connor, showing him adoration and love.
Performative.
Overacting.
Combo of love Jiri. We're on camera. Also had a significant amount of money wagered on Jiri as well. So like there's a whole stew of things that causes that reaction.
Sure.
No, but truly, who doesn't freaking love Jiri? Jiri
I
is
love the
incredible,
guy.
man.
Also, like we didn't get the entire buildup of the 3 minutes. I can't stress enough.
You want me to show him the whole round?
No. God, no. I didn't.
It was long already.
That clip has already been buried. We're never playing it again.
He started looking around. When he started looking around, I was like, "Oh!"
I walked out of the control room at that point. I was like, "I can't watch anymore. I have goosebumps. I'm cringing so hard. I was like, I can't watch this anymore." Never meet your heroes.
Oh my god!
Never meet your heroes.
I'm sorry. I really thought it was going to be a great moment.
I ordered the Botas BJP shoe collab. I had to cancel my order.
I'm so sorry.
Size 11s done. I'm returning them.
I'm so sorry.
He comes in with the Ulrich shirt tomorrow.
I'm so sorry.
That's best looking man in the UFC. Yeah, best looking man in the UFC becomes champion.
Ladies' night.
Black Jag. That's my guy, baby.
Sorry.
It was such a classic
very
Jiri
lovable
response, though. Like it's
Yeah.
like
the best part of that clip is Rick just being like, "Yeah, let me take a sip of water here."
Oh, fuck off! I had a reaction first.
Rick goes pretty crazy, and then he goes.
Yeah, relax. I had the water after freaking out. I just didn't do the.
I was hoping he would say, "Yo, where'd you get that Nautica top?"
Shout out. I bet he liked.
I watched
that.
The Smashing Machine last week.
That's right. That's
oh my
right.
god! Imagine he just said that. He was like, "Oh, the guy
What
with the
about
Nautica."
the yellow.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. Well, that was great stuff. Still more to get into, and actually want to talk about PFL. Want to talk about the Paul Hughes fight, and we had a chance, PT and I, to react in real time, but we've now had some days to digest it. And in fact, PT, you talked to one of Paul's coaches today, right? What's the mood like? Who did you talk to specifically?
I spoke to Fight Academy Ireland head coach Liam Shannon. I've been hounding him since Friday for this interview. I think I've ruined every day he's had since then. So he's like, bite the bullet today, get on the phone. I spoke to him for a long time, and they're just so disappointed. When it's just like, he says to me, and it's in there in the article, in the lead up to this fight, they were the ones convincing everybody, like people were going to them, oh, you know, you're going to have to knock him out. Like, no, like, don't be silly. And he's like, the problem is, like, if those same people were watching that fight on Saturday, they were kind of proved to be correct by what they saw. You know, there's just a lot of things that you have to overlook to not be skeptical about what happened here. And as we said, Usman Nurmagomedov absolutely can have him as a winner. There is no issue there. He fought another brilliant fight with Paul Hughes. 10 of the best rounds the PFL have ever had are those two lads fighting each other. But, you know, you take into that 50-45 is the most egregious scorecard there, without a doubt. Considering most people thought it was 2-2 going into the 5th round. I think there are close rounds, absolutely. Absolutely, the majority of them are close. But for me to have one guy sit there and watch that fight and be like, Paul Hughes did not win a round, that doesn't sit right, then you move on to that extra layer, which is Keith Peterson. His performance was very strange because Paul has felled 4 times, once headbutted, albeit lightly, in front of him at the end of one of the rounds, and nothing happens. And then when Usman cries foul, the fight stopped. They look at a replay. One thing that Liam added to that Keith Peterson situation today when I spoke to him was there was another fight between a Fight Academy Ireland fighter, that's Paul Hughes' gym. Liam Shannon's the head coach of that gym, the guy I'm talking to, against Team Habib, as in Habib Nurmagomedov's team. It was John Mitchell's fight earlier in the night. I was doing the crack then, so I watched the first round of the fight. I thought John edged it, very close round again. Went up, was doing the setup with Andy. Missed the rest of the fight, but then when Andy Stevenson and Donna Corby, the 2 Irish journalists, joined me on the crack, they were kind of saying, like, the way this was scored, I think Paul needs to finish Usman to win tonight. Like, the scorecard seems very, very bad. And lo and behold, one of the judges on that on that fight was Keith Peterson, and he probably scored it most one-sided towards Habib's fighter. He scored one of the rounds at 10-8. No other judge did that. It was the final round of the fight, so he returned the card for that of 30-26. Liam Shannon says he finds out after the Mitchell fight, because they're going, what happened with the scorecards there? They're in the back. This is early prelims. They're saying, what happened with the scorecards? We want to see who scored this fight. They saw it was Keith Peterson. And then they're told that Keith Peterson would be refereeing the main event. They were kind of like, and this is pretty funny, they were kind of like, oh, at least he isn't judging on it. You know, like, we don't have to worry about that. But it adds an extra layer of doubt. And of course, now you guys seem to clear up earlier on the scorecards, the confusion with them going out. But for people who don't have the contacts you have, don't know the people, that's an extra layer of doubt. So there is a whole lot of situations to be skeptical about this. And I think to overlook all of those things, I think would be pretty crazy. You know, like to simply just go, well, this is all just one big coincidence. And look, it could be. There is a very slim chance that all of these things are coincidence, but it just feels it's perfect fodder for people to be getting upset about how everything played out.
Yeah. The article that you're talking about is up right now on uncrowned.com. Great job by you. Please go check it out. It's there. We have, yes, no, yeah.
It was there a minute ago.
There it is. Yes. I just wanted to see it again. Confused and disappointed are the quotes.
I think he's very level-headed, honestly. Like, I think when you're talking to someone in this situation, they can be far more outlandish than Liam was. I think he's very balanced. He's not saying this is a rig job, this whole thing is fixed, nothing like that. He's just like, we don't understand where you got there. We don't understand how, even though Keith Peterson told him and Pat McAllister that these fouls are accidental, he was like, even if they are accidental, they're continuous. It's 4 fouls.
Nah,
like, at what point
crazy.
do we take a point here? Like, the guy headbutted him in front of you, and nothing really happened. And then you add in the John Mitchell situation. That's pretty much what he outlined to me, and I think he was very, very composed when he was discussing it. I expected him to be a lot more, I don't know, volatile given what had happened.
Shout out to Paul Hughes. The way he conducted himself in the cage afterwards, didn't make any excuses, didn't whine, didn't bitch, didn't groan, didn't do anything. He just gave a shout out to all the people who were there to support him. It was really, really impressive. John Martin, who's the new CEO of PFL, did speak to some media. I haven't seen any video footage of this, but Donna Corby was there, a bloody elbow. He has some quotes from John Martin. I thought He writes, Usman was the better fighter, the dominant fighter, taking down Paul pretty routinely. It was a shame with the groin kicks. Now, let's just call it like it is. I mean, John is pretty new to this role. We don't really know how much MMA he actually knows. So I'm not going to start like judging his comments like, yeah, a takedown, if you do nothing with it, doesn't actually matter. But you know what I mean? Like, I could see people getting all up in arms. He's new to the gig. But I'm curious as to whether or not they're trying to explain to the public that they had nothing to do with the 50 to 45. I haven't read this yet, so I'm kind of reading it in real time. He continues, quote, I'm glad I'm not a judge because talking amongst the people at my table, they saw it a bit differently. But I think Usman clearly won the fight tonight. By the way, 3-2 is very different than 5-0, just for the sake of the integrity of the promotion and the integrity of the judging. So him winning isn't necessarily, no one's mad about Usman winning. We're mad about how you had a judge there who was scoring at 50 to 45, and quite frankly, a judge who scored at 49-46. Let's see. Another quote here. He believes that he won every round, with at least the first being a 10-8 in his favor. Brother, I think that was 50 to 40. Oh, wait.
That's Usman.
That's Usman. Okay. I guess that's it? That's the only comment? Well, that's
the problem with the comment for me is
that's
on top of what he said, like about the takedowns, which we know are their own reward. They are not, it's
right.
not a damaging situation. Like you need to score when you have the takedown. It just kind of says, oh well, the right guy won, and that's just overlooking. That's kind of our complaint as well, like that. Yeah. That's the issue people have here, like that someone would be favored.
That's like you're trying to brush it under the rug and be like, yeah, in the end, we got to where we needed to get. No, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. And by the way, it wasn't great for them with the, like, I just don't know how you watch that and don't give second, third, fifth. I saw Dan Hardy. I think Dan Hardy had a 3-2.
At the fifth.
Yeah, in the fifth for Paul. I think Dan had a 3-2 for Paul for Usman, which is fine. Yes. Again, it's fine, but it's just look. We don't have to beat around the bush. He's very popular. Usman is over in Dubai in the Middle East. Khabib is a part of the team. He's very influential and popular. PFL has a deal with Dubai to put on these events there. It's better for business. If he wins, if he continues to win, if he becomes the champion. We know about the deal that the UFC had with Abu Dhabi, and Khabib was part of that deal, and that's part of the reason why Dana didn't want Khabib to retire, and it's part of the reason why he hinted. Remember that thing on ABC where he's like, big announcement. He hinted that he was going to come back, and he didn't, but why Islam saved the day by sort of taking the baton and taking the mantle from Khabib, and why they love having him fight over there. All these things and more are hard to ignore when you have a 50 to 45 like that. And then you have a referee, as you said, who's just ignoring these infractions. It was a very good fight. I would love to see it again. I know afterwards Usman said, Alfie Davis, let's go. And Alfie was very excited about that. And he deserves to try to live out his dreams as well. But Usman and Paul are the best right now that PFL has to offer. They're magic together. Absolutely. They gave us 10 rounds of magic. So I'm curious to see where Paul goes from here. He has a little over a year left on his deal, and so I don't think he's going to go anywhere. And by all accounts, by the way, other than that one tweet thing where he said they were rage baiting and all that stuff, like he seems to be very proud to be a PFL fighter. He seems to fly the flag very well. In fact, they should cherish people like Paul Hughes, because Paul Hughes isn't a UFC castoff. He was a free agent that chose the PFL, who was coming from the regional scene, so to speak. I know Cage Warriors isn't your typical regional promotion. It's a European promotion. So it's not like, Ring of Combat necessarily here in the United States, but he chose them. He wasn't a cast-off. And so they should cherish guys like him and try to treat them well and keep them happy. And I think they have done right by him, by the way. They put him in Dublin. They put him in Belfast. They've done right by him. I hope he's getting an explanation for this 50 to 45.
Well, absolutely. And look, I do think, I think it was based on conversations I've had. I think it was explicitly said to these guys that if Paul doesn't win this fight, there will be no trilogy. I think the only route to a rematch of any kind is for them to react to the outcry that's here. Like, this is far more than me and Ariel jumping on a show on Friday. Like, go Go and put Paul Hughes, Usman Nurmagomedov into X and see what people said. Like this was a pretty loud, this was an outcry basically in the aftermath of this fight. And again, not about like who won the fight. The way it was scored, the way it was officiated gave people a feeling that all wasn't above board. And that's something that PFL should be looking to try and at least at least have a statement, have something more than what was put out there by the right guy won. Like we need something more than that based on the outcry that we saw online here.
Rick, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, it's unfortunate that all this is marring the situation, because let's say I scored that fight 48-47 for Hughes. Let's say that fight was 48-47 across the board for Usman Nurmagomedov. We wouldn't really be having this conversation. The conversation would be PFL has two amazing fighters, and Paul Hughes has proven that he is a championship caliber fighter. Usman Nurmagomedov has proven he's a championship caliber fighter, and those were two of the best fights PFL has ever put on. Like, it really comes down to that scorecard, maybe the two of them, depending on how you feel, marring what could have been an incredible moment for the PFL, because I know Usman has talked about, like, I'm going to show there's levels to this. I'm going to show there's separation. That's not what I saw. I saw two fights of two very evenly matched guys, and one of them is going to go on to be champion, and they're going to say, you know, this is our star. But you've got a star in Paul Hughes, too. It's two guys that are of equal caliber, and I would love to watch it again. I don't know if we'll get it anytime soon, but I would love to watch it again. And it all comes down to these kind of, you know, unjustifiable 50-45. Not according to the people who replied to my tweet on Twitter, though.
They didn't like it?
No, they
Of
didn't.
course. Really? You found someone that
What was I
disagreed with you on Twitter?
watching? Well, you know, oh my God, it was the most obvious 50-45 we've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I mean, it's crazy.
Any other scorecard is indefensible.
yeah, you had to have it 50-45. That's what I saw.
It's madness. Anytime you criticize, like, I mean, for me, anytime I say anything, it's like, oh, you hate Muslim fighters. You hate them. You hate them so much. What? I even said it a million times. I said 3-2 Usman is a perfectly acceptable scorecard. By the way, Youssef Zalal on the program. Salam alaikum. Like, what are you talking about? You guys have this self-fulfilling prophecy, and you're only just exposing yourself by talking about this stuff. It has nothing to do with anything. God bless everyone. Peace on earth. Peace on earth. It has nothing to do with it. 50-45. If you are doing the mental gymnastics of defending the 50-45, then you don't know shit all about fighting. You don't know shit all about scoring. You don't know shit all about what you're watching. You're just blinded by your fandom, which is fine. Be blinded by the fandom. But you are unequivocally wrong. And I would say the smartest of the smart MMA pundits, fighters, analysts, referees, officiators, regulators, judges would agree with all of this. That was on Friday. I want to talk quickly about my experience at BKFC, and you'll learn about it when we come out with our doc next week. You guys talked glowingly about it when you went in January to Knucklemania in Philadelphia. Some quick thoughts about what I experienced on Saturday at the Prudential Center. First, I will say, you guys, and it came across on television, you guys talked about a jam-packed, on-fire arena. That wasn't the case. I'm just going to be honest. There were a lot of sections that were tarped off, and that was surprising to me. But we talked about them going head-to-head with the UFC. Even David Feldman, when he was here in studio, talked about saying he was a little disappointed in the ticket sales. In the end, I don't know officially what the number was. The crowd was hot. They loved it. And it's a unique crowd, and it's a very energetic. It reminded me of like 2009, 2010 UFC. They're still a little bit rough around the edges. They're growing, but they're into it. The crowd is into it. And what struck me was every single person who works for the company believes in it, loves it, is loyal. Everyone was so happy that we were there, which was very nice, but couldn't stop talking about how much they believe in the product, believe in the sport, believe in what they're doing, what they're building. And they've been through a lot, like coming from, their early shows in Wyoming and Montana, now to doing Wells Fargo Center and Prudential Center and the other big shows that they're doing all around the world. They've got a show coming up in Rome, etc. It is a very unique, fun product. The characters, they have to do a better job. Like, we were talking to some of these characters, which you will see again in our doc coming out. They are so interesting. they are so interesting because they haven't had the opportunities that some of the other fighters have had in the other sports. And I don't think they do a good enough job of telling those stories. I don't think they do enough. I talked about it with Dave with the social media. Like, you have to get those stories out there. You have to get people emotionally invested. You have to get people to learn who these people are. So that's a very important thing. Obviously, Perry and Jeremy Stephens, we know about them because we've been watching them. We're already connected to them. But there are other fighters. You need to get people connected to these people. It's imperative for them to succeed. The pacing is the real big talking point. First fight was at 6, show ended at 10. 10 fights, and there were times where they stretched because they were on DAZN. They were telling me if it wasn't a DAZN pay-per-view, it would have probably ended in 3 hours. And by the way, the first 2 fights, everyone was telling me like, oh, these fights end quick. First 2 fights went the distance, and the distance is 5 2-minute rounds. All fights are 5 2-minute rounds. And the first 2 fights went the distance, and they still finished in a neat 4-hour little package. There's no big show that has 10 fights that is ending in 4 hours. The energy was great. The music, the production was very impressive. And you know, we got to experience it all and talk to everyone from the cutmen to the referees. Had a great chat before and after the show with Gary Copeland, announcers, people in the back, everyone. It's a fascinating world. I highly suggest checking it out if it comes to your area because, again, short night, action-packed, very fun, and the main event, and I would say the card delivered, really, not just the main event. Feldman told me afterwards it was top 3 greatest nights as far as action in the history of the promotion. Stephens and Perry might not have been seen by everyone because it was in the midst of a pretty damn good UFC card. Do yourself a favor and find that fight. I mean, the heart exemplified by both men, and Stephens in particular, back into the fight. It went to the 5th round, but he was hanging on in that 5th. I mean, I was there ringside. It was brutal. And I will never forget Perry just breathing and a mix of sweat and blood. Just, you know how like Triple H does the thing where he drinks water and then goes, psh, like that's what Perry was doing. And these guys are just different. It's just amazing. We got to go in the back and see how Perry wraps his hands. There's not much wrapping, but just like the thought process behind it all, that was crazy. He almost backflipped onto his head, but he turned it into like some sort of spinneroonie. It's just, he's built for this. Great to see him back. Stephens, my heart broke for him. We played you the clip. There's more of that to come as well. It's they've got something. I was talking to someone about like, okay, if you can invest in a BKFC, a PFL, I don't know, an LFA, like the BKFC one is so different and unique, but has the elements of MMA and boxing that you love. There's something there. Now, can they find, here's a double knockdown from earlier in the night. Can they make their own stars? Can they be viewed as the place where people don't have their careers go to die? The last hurrah, so to speak. Can they get the 20-year-old stud who's going to take the promotion by storm? It was great to see a lot of familiar faces. Jimmy Rivera I saw, but he retired. He retired at the end of his fight. He was supposed to fight Frankie, fought the late replacement. He retired. And, Jeremy's getting up there. Mike's not necessarily getting up there per se, but can they get that 25-year-old stud who says, I want to be a BKFC champion? I'm sure Connor's involvement will help, no doubt. He brings a big spotlight, but he can't fight for them just yet. He still has 2 more fights, and he seems very hell-bent on fighting in the UFC next year. So they've got something, and I enjoyed it, and it was the perfect first foray into this world for us. I'm just curious to see where they go from here. They've got some financial things that they have to figure out, and quite frankly, like they have to look. I'll be honest with you guys. The Frankie thing was weird because everyone that I spoke to behind the scenes maintained that Frankie was cleared, and then there was some insinuation that because the ticket sales weren't great, he was essentially paid to go away. And I asked Connor about this. He denied it when I was sitting with him. I sat with Connor to watch some of the fights, the Jimmy fight in the main event. But after Feldman said what he said on the show, people were hitting me up saying, wasn't quite the case. Frankie hasn't said anything. So, that's the fight game, and there's always going to be stuff, but they couldn't have been more accommodating. They couldn't have been more nice. And what really struck me was the pacing and the family. Like, it's a skeleton crew, and they all bleed this stuff. Like, they love it, and they believe in it, and they want it to succeed so badly. Conor had a press conference afterwards, and I thought in this press conference, it was one of the more honest and poignant moments of his career over the past 4 or 5 years. I don't want to say like a rare human moment, because he's a human being and he is who he is at this point, but it was one of the better answers that he's given us, honestly, in the last, 4 years, since the injury against Dustin Poirier, which was over 4 years ago now. In case you missed it, here it is.
This is why we must really put our maximum respect and support behind our combatants in here, because to fight as well as promote is the real deal. To promote on its own is easy, and also, coincidentally, to fight on its own is easy. People don't really realize that. You know, you get these fighters, they come up and it's no one cares about you. You rock in under the radar. No one asks you a question. You get to show up and have fun and do your thing. And there's no stress of outside world, and it's perfect. Then when you rise, you've got to add this promotional element to it. And both of them combined is incredibly draining. And I wouldn't be the first to tell you, it almost broke me. And to be honest, maybe it did break me as I went on and I achieved massive success and global, out of this otherworldly superstardom. It overcame me at times. So to promote and fight at a high level deserves support and respect. And that is what I'm here for, to ensure that is what happens. To promote on its own, it's absolutely amazing. I put on a nice suit. I put on a nice watch. You know, it's what I love to do. So, but don't get me wrong, I missed the fight game, and I'm excited about what's ahead. I know Dave wants me in the bare knuckle. The UFC are concocting a new contract deal, or whatever's going to happen, I don't know. We'll see. We'll take it day by day.
So there you have it. I thought that was an honest and sincere moment there, saying that it almost broke him, and maybe it did at some point. So we'll see. He also posted on social media earlier today that he's done with social media. He's taking a break. Not that he's done forever, but he's going dark, and he's hunkering down. He's locking in. So let's see. Let's see if he ends up on that card. More things that I wanted to just quickly react to here as we round third. What about these tweets from Khamzat Chimaev, guys? He wants Alex Pereira. We didn't mention him when we were talking about super fights and big 2026 cards and fights on the horizon. Congrats to Alex Pereira. Now we need to finish our business. I'm ready to fight you in the heavyweight division. You won't find a super fight than our fight. No Shama. This is smash everyone. Anyone signing up for Khamzat versus Pereira at heavyweight? No. Light heavyweight?
No. I'd take it, but not over John.
Yeah.
Give me John. I don't hate it.
I mean, it's a huge fight.
Would be massive.
How many times has he defended that title?
Yeah, from a name standpoint, it's massive, but I'd like to see Khamzat defend the 185 belt, and also there's probably a pretty clear game plan for what Khamzat Chimaev would try to do in that fight.
Yeah.
Vacate, move up to
Just
light
vacate.
Yeah.
New UFC.
I'm out. 185. Strickland DDP 3 for the title.
Yeah.
Pereira Khamzat at heavyweight is just weird. Like, why wouldn't they just fight at 205?
Because then nobody has to cut weight, I guess.
Right.
You know?
All right, so we just got the lad back in the spot we wanted him, right? We got Poatan as champion. What we do, send a fucking wrestler in against him for no reason in a different weight class.
We also got Khamzat as a champion. Like, we finally got Khamzat as a champion, and we're going to send him up to 205?
That John
Fuck
Jones
off
guy,
with this
that
shit.
John,
No.
That John
Stay
Jones
where you
guy
are.
knows how to wrestle too, though. You know, don't forget. He's pretty good at the wrestling.
Yeah, it's a different type of thing. It's a different type. I mean, look, I don't think. I mean, I think Jones would be the favorite in that fight, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
especially at heavyweight.
Yes,
but yeah, no, I'm signing up for
Jones is the
Pereira.
number one option. Yeah, for sure.
Alex was dancing when he got to the arena. He was dancing when he left the arena as well. He was dancing on the Brazilian broadcast in the locker room with Plinio and Glover. Yeah, they're the boys. Yeah, look at these guys. I mean, who's better than these guys? Incredible. Yeah, he was also dancing on the Brazilian broadcast when he walked away. He walked out of the cage and he was dancing with them. It was really, I mean, he was feeling himself. He was feeling good. Great moment between Cory Sandhagen and Merab Dvalishvili after their fight. How can you not love those two? Here it is in case you missed it.
Hey, it was an honor to fight you. I'll see you next time. I'm going to get you next time. Hey, you're an animal.
End of the 3 round, you got me.
I know. You got me good in the second. You almost finished me. I know.
I thank you, man.
All right, yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Man, I feel for Cory. I know how much he wanted that. But nice to see that respect there. Going back to Pereira, nice to see the corner react the way in which they did. You could see how much it meant to them. Here's Glover and the guys reacting to the finish. Look at this. Yes, go. Oh, big hug there. Yes. This kind of reminded me, you know what this reminded me of? This reminded me of GC reacting to Pereira's win.
No, please.
Do we have that clip? GC. Oh, here it is.
Right. Uncle I's already shooting. Uncle I's already shooting. Pereira on top of him. Pereira landed big shots. Pereira landed huge shots. A minute into the round. Poetan on top.
Oh, Lord.
Uncle I covering up. Oh, he's landing big shots. Elbows.
That's it.
Oh, he's landing big elbows.
He's done.
Oh, man.
He's done.
He's covering up. That's it. And new. Alex Pereira. What the fuck did you just say? He's back. What the fuck did you just say?
Man.
Yeah, Uncle I is a lock. Uncle I is a lock.
I can't wait to show that to Pereira.
Oh, baby.
He's going to
Plus
love it.
His reaction will be worse.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my Lord. You're not going to understand anything I'm saying.
A minute 25. A minute 25.
I know how to act.
Pereira's back.
When Tom
I think it's
Aspinall
class,
knocks
man.
out Cyril
I really
Gane in the
enjoy
first round, I'll be like, all right, Tom.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Thanks for
Thanks for
stopping
joining
by.
us. Here's Helwani and PT on the post.
Yeah.
Rick won't even watch it. Rick knows what's happening. He's just gonna be like, nope, Tom Cyril, no time
No.
for this. Fuck this fight.
I know. I know you want it to be good, but it's not good.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be great.
Generational fight.
Glover back at the gym today, teaching the lads in Connecticut the finish. Look at this. Overhand right, elbows. Overhand right, elbows.
What is he hung over? I mean, this feels like fundamentals. No?
Oh gosh. Okay, take this off. I didn't realize that there was actual footage here. I just thought it was guys at the gym. But there you have it. Overhand right, elbows. Love it. Back at the gym in Connecticut. Maybe Chuck was there. Pereira feeling himself on Instagram, guys, posting a couple of stories. One directed at the team behind Magomed Ankalaev and perhaps his manager. When the businessman has never been an athlete and wants to promote for fame and money, but the one who's inside risking his life is you, and he's outside laughing.
Damn.
Top left, there's an arrow pointing at Magomed's manager. And then another tweet here of him, I guess, handing over a tire because there was something about going back or not going back to the tire shop. And also something about the Shama being dead and them screaming Shama. I mean, it got pretty personal. It got pretty heated between them. I did see this, guys. Did you ever see this video of Pereira signing his UFC contract? I'm sure I saw it, but I forgot about it. And you know what blew me away? His English is this AI or is this really him speaking this good English? I don't even know if that's good English. Listen to this.
There's no audio.
No audio? How's there no audio? He's literally speaking. It's incredible. Well, this doesn't help my. He says, "Hello, guys. I'm coming to the UFC. What's happening here?" Oh my gosh.
He has someone saying it into them AirPods as he's saying
it. He just memorized like one sentence.
No, his English is phenomenal.
I know. I've seen the video several times. He just memorized one sentence.
Okay, but why can't we get more of that?
Well, you want him to memorize everything for an interview?
I want less of it. I want this. Can we go back to like just being frozen in time all the time?
Okay.
There's
something about that. People are so connected to a guy that hardly speaks any.
Shamba.
Anything.
Hey, we were all over
him
the
and
gap.
Charles.
Charles too.
That's true. Different. What do you mean all over the gap?
Merab's fit. You know, we talked about it on the show. I was on the side of like Pereira's talking to him much. He's doing these like talking to his camera. You were like Merab and his sunglasses. What's going on here? completely wrong.
Yeah.
Well, not that we were picking them, but we were picking it. I was picking against both.
I was thinking, the hair was looking nice and tight. The beard was looking nice. I was like, is Merab feeling himself here? What's going on?
There were some body language experts in the chat on Saturday night saying Alex looked nervous making his walkout against Magomed.
Really?
That was me.
Did you feel that way?
No.
I don't. Actually, as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh fuck.
Like Izzy, the moment he took his first 2 steps, I was like, oh fuck, Magomed's cooked.
No.
Holy shit.
He closed the distance. He was like, what was he? Like a lion pouncing on a gazelle. Dustin Poirier trying to drum up some interest in a comeback fight against Nathan Diaz. Who says this is happening? Anyone? Zuffa Boxing, 12 rounds. Me and Nathaniel, I'd do it. One more fight I take.
Talk about this already?
Not with me. Maybe
for the day that's in it. Like,
maybe a spelling bee competition versus Nathaniel would be the hardest fight of both our careers. You know what? Now that I read that, we did talk about it.
1000% talked about this.
Yeah, it was on the list. I'm trying to get through the list. I'm sorry.
Oh, the list, man.
What?
Breaking the fourth wall too much there.
Well, there's a list of things that I have to get to. What, you think I'm remembering all of these things off the top of my head?
That's what we wanted the people to believe.
Okay, one thing I didn't talk about was November 22nd, Qatar. Dan Hooker versus Arman Saruki. I know you guys spoke about it. Chill out. Ian Machado Gary versus Bilal Muhammad. Dana White saying at the post-fight press conference, rare time that he confirms the winner of that fight is getting a title shot. Now, do you think those stakes are the same for Arman and Hooker?
No. I mean, maybe, but I don't think it's like locked in stone that way. I don't think it's locked in stone for anybody. I don't put stock into whatever is said before the fight happens and, when the next fight is not ready to be booked. There is no certainty with the UFC at this point with that stuff.
Well, the good news is we can ask Arman this question tomorrow because he's going to be joining us on the show. The great Arman Tsarukyan, I believe it's pronounced. That's what I'm told. Oh, we do? Okay, can we go back to the Alex Pereira video? Here he is, speaking English perfectly. Look at it. Listen.
Hello, guys. Now it's official. UFC, thank you. I'm so happy to be part of the family.
Come on. Chama. Look how happy.
Fala aí, galera.
Genuine struggle.
Agora é oficial.
Genuine struggle there.
UFC, muito obrigado. Estou muito
Portuguese.
feliz por fazer parte dessa família.
Chama. You want him to say Shama at the end, right? It just seems so natural.
Shama wasn't
Shama.
I know you're obsessed with the English part of that, but
is it AI?
No,
it's not AI.
But I'm obsessed.
He said, "Say this one singular sentence."
This was good.
UFC, thanks for having me.
The part that blows my mind is the date. How has Alex Pereira been in the UFC this short and just
less than 4 years
blitzed through?
It's unreal.
The career run this way.
I remember that Andreas Michailidis fight like it was yesterday.
Oh,
he got controlled like the entire first round and then kneed him into the first row.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the second round.
4 years later, multiple titles, multiple weight classes, talking about fighting John Jones at heavyweight.
I think he's had 11 or 12 UFC fights. 10 of them have been on pay-per-views. He's headlined 8 of them, MSG twice, UFC 300, multiple divisions. It's the resume for the run he's on is insane.
Unbelievable. I mean, it really is. That's 4 years ago last month. That's not that long ago.
No.
He didn't make his debut until November of 2021.
That's right.
So he's done all this in less than 4 years.
Unbelievable.
Imagine another kickboxer coming to him and be like, I'm thinking about making the transition to MMA. The UFC are interested. Is it hard? And he's like, no, it's actually really fucking easy. Okay.
Well, he tried. He tried to help Artem Vakitov get there, and then it all went to shit, but he tried.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's a piece of piss, mate. I've won 2 belts.
Yeah.
They just give you belts and title shots. It's great.
They're all really shit. I don't know how else to say this to you.
Big news from the world of boxing. One of the hottest free agents has found a home. Ben Whitaker, who we think very highly of around these parts, has left Boxer and has signed with Matchroom. That's right. Eddie Hearn gets his guy. Eddie actually revealed on the show a few weeks ago that he thought he had a deal with Ben Whitaker, and at the 11th hour, Whitaker went the route of Boxer / Sky Sports. He got him. They posted a fun little video to announce it all. Let's watch it together.
Eddie, the thing is, I don't think no one's looking out for Ben.
Just, Ben, just tell me, what can I do for you?
Let me tell you, this is what you're going to do for me.
Are we going to get doctors
with
the music here?
It's very personal, and it's a very important thing.
What?
Too late now.
Show
I mean, we can end
the
it.
money.
No.
Hey, you hear that, Eddie?
Okay, take it off. I don't want to get that. I didn't realize it was music. Did anyone not watch this beforehand, or is it? I just saw that there was a video, but I sort of count on people watching.
That's two in a row.
That seemed like
the
generic
footage
music,
first,
to
and
be
now
I
this.
mean, I don't want to get the email tomorrow, and then I have to send it to
Too
you,
late
and then
now.
you have to clip it out, and
It's too late.
It's tough.
Eddie's legal
seemed
team will be
generic.
reaching out.
It was a good moment. Show me the money.
Show me
We
the
love
money.
it.
It was
All
a
right.
good run.
What movie is that
Channel's
from,
going.
Ariel?
All right.
What is it from? Fast
boy.
and Furious?
Yeah.
Jerry
Moneyball.
Maguire.
Yeah, man.
Jerry Maguire.
Sleepless in Seattle.
No, The Natural.
Sandlot.
Fucking Jerry Maguire.
Yeah. No.
Who is Jerry Maguire, bro?
Is it Die Hard?
Tom Cruise.
Die Hard.
Biggest news of the weekend, though. BKFC was great. PFL was great. UFC was great. Ben Whitaker is great. All this stuff is great. Everything's great. Blue Jays up 2-0. Great. Biggest news of the weekend. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Oh shit.
Yes.
What a fucking tune, man.
To the athletes, fans, and partners, thank you for your patience and support. We've been hard at work and look forward to sharing what's next. Stay tuned. More to come on our plans for 2026. Hashtag Together We Fight.
Together. Who was in this together? If you don't.
Ooh.
We did him dirty.
GFL got a hold of Pizzi's internet. Pizzi,
GFL tanked him.
Pizzi, the internet's gone, bro. GFL got a hold of your internet.
Well, I'll tell you what, it makes a good change because they can't get a hold of any fucking fighters. I'll tell you that.
Wow. I'm surprised they didn't use a hashtag protect your neck in there.
Yeah, seriously, it's way better than
The
Together We
best
Fight.
part of the whole promotion is that fucking tune. They need to do
Okay.
way more with it.
Iconic.
All right?
I can't believe they haven't given up.
By the way, do you think a fighter, could you imagine if a UFC fighter walked out to that like just as a gag? Do you think the UFC
The only one who would have done it in history would have been Tom Lawler, and unfortunately,
I feel like
It might
I
be the
feel
most profitable thing for GFL if someone did do that. So
I
they
feel
could
like a
sue
UFC
them.
fighter could get it past them. Like I feel like they could submit it and no one would realize where it's from.
How much of the arena would know?
We would know, and it would be pretty awesome. Jedi would clip it. We would all
Fiona
be
part
excited.
2, but this time for her title
my
fight,
God.
she has to walk out.
Oh my God!
Protect
Could
your
you
neck.
imagine? It feels full circle. Virna Janjiroba, if you're listening, if you walk out,
give Petrosky another shot.
You know what?
He missed out last time. This could be his one.
When's his next fight?
I think he just fought.
He just
Petrosky.
fought.
Oh,
he
yeah,
just
he
fought.
did. He
It
lost.
didn't go. Yeah.
Didn't go well.
Virna, if you walk out to protect your neck on October 25th prior to your title fight against Mackenzie Dern, what could we offer her?
A second photo.
A second photo. A second photo. I mean, I have this.
How could you turn that down?
It's right next to me. I have the picture right over there. There she is.
I do feel like I need to point out that the name of the track is actually Six Sides of the Cage.
Perfect. No?
I mean, it does work, yeah.
Yeah.
See you in the hexagon.
Frankie, I understand that we have many a super chat.
We do have one or two.
Okay.
The first one off of the rip here is, what's up, crew? Happy birthday, Andy.
Yeah.
Frank, care to share the drunk homecoming story you told on Boys in the Back last week live in front of thousands? Would love to hear Ariel's take on it. No, I do not. Moving on to number 2.
Okay.
Did you hear the story, Ariel?
Sure. No, I didn't. I'll be honest. It was Yom
You don't
Kippur.
watch it. Yeah.
It was Yom Kippur. I didn't.
VOD.
Yeah, no, it was a crazy time. I checked in a little bit. I'll usually see if everything went well. And, I was talking to God on Thursday. I don't know if you guys know this, but I really did a good job of trying to disconnect.
You
What
found
was
your
that, God?
glasses.
What?
Rhonda's coming back?
Yeah.
Wait.
It's a good
Francis too?
excuse if you have it, you know? It's talking to God, mate. All right.
I
fam.
just had my ear to the Lord, Ngannou back to the UFC.
What's up, G?
Tell us. Oh, are you not actually?
No,
gonna
you
tell
have
us?
to tell the story, Frankie. Come on.
I mean, okay, briefly.
Oh.
I was in high school. I did not have a curfew. My parents' rule was call when you're on your way home. Let us know when you've made it home. They're already dead asleep. It's in the middle of the night. I stumble in to my parents' room. I tell them goodnight. I wake up the next day around lunchtime. My mom is like, what were you doing last night? Were you kind of drunk? I was like, no, Mom, completely sober. And then she's like, can you explain to me then why you came into my room, grabbed my legs, and kissed my ass goodnight? And I was like, it was dark in there. It was 6:30 in the morning. I just watched you come in here, stumble, do this. We need to talk. And the whole genesis of telling this story is somebody called in, letting us know that they had fucked up. And I was like, we've all fucked up. For instance, here's my fucked up story.
Okay, that's not so bad.
The kissing your mom on the ass part is not so bad.
I thought it was
did you switch off for that?
No, but I thought it was gonna be worse. I don't know.
You were zoning out. Did someone slack you? Did you see an interesting tweet or something?
No, I thought it was gonna be worse.
What? Kissing your mom's ass? Kissing your mother's
bottom.
You literally came out of your mom's, when you're
an infant, when you're a newborn, not when you're 19. Not only did he tell the story, he voluntarily told it again. He never should have told it the first time. I can't believe he just told it a second to an even broader audience.
I've told this story for 20 fucking years.
You got that freak.
Ariel's Ariel's a mom's ass truther.
Ariel was definitely zoned out. Ariel definitely got
he didn't know what he
did not
said.
listen to anything.
He started to
then was like, "What's not so bad?"
When he said, "Let me make this real quick," I went to like, all around us are familiar.
If we could just get a zoom in on your face for that one, and it was just protect your neck. And you're just sitting there smiling, and you're just like, all right, nice. Yeah, nice, Frank.
He goes, that's not so bad. And we're like, he kissed his mom's arse.
Can I tell you what I was thinking? I was like, I got like...
I can't understand you.
I got like 3 minutes to kind of relax. Frankie's going to tell some story. Oh, yeah.
This story was in response to me like getting caught underage drinking in college. And Frank's like, I got a story. I made out with my mom's ass one night. I was so drunk.
They're adding a lot more details to this.
Enough to where your mom had to tell you the next morning. She was like, so you were drinking last night?
It's
like, what happened? Did I kiss your ass again? She's like, yeah.
They weren't so indistinguishable from each other,
Wow.
Anyway.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, Frank. What else, Frankie?
Ankh had a total in-cage title defense time of 80 seconds. Is that the shortest title reign in terms of amount of time defending in cage in UFC history?
Wow. That's a great question.
I mean, there's people who never defended, so we have to count that, right?
Yeah. No, I mean,
seconds.
I was thinking like actual fight in the first title defense. That's a great question. I feel like title fights rarely end that quickly. When Anthony Pettis beat Benson Henderson, Benson had beaten Gilbert Melendez. Yeah, I have to think about that. What else, Frankie? What else? It's got to be up
Ariel,
there, if not the quick.
How about the Patriots?
Yes, Elvis Gomez. That was a very, very, very frustrating game to watch.
You said trap game all week.
Did I not? Yeah, I did. I was nervous about it. First of all, I have great respect for the Patriots. The Patriots are the Spurs of the NFL. They're not going to be bad for a very long time. They're always, yes, I know the last couple of years have not been great, but good organization. They draft well. They're smart. They're well coached. Vrabel's a great coach. That was a huge signing for them, hiring for them. Drake May's really good. Drake May reminded me of Josh Allen last night. And I would say that was one of the, I don't want to say worst Josh Allen performances that we've seen over the last couple of years, but it was definitely up there. And I think in large part due to the Patriots defense. He made mistakes that he never makes anymore. Interceptions, getting sacked. Not all of those are his fault necessarily, but just didn't seem like him. Scoring 3 points in the first half at home, absurd. I never want to see those jerseys again. I'm not a big fan of like the alternate third jersey, the kith, the this, the that. Like, just give it to me simple. Give me the blue jerseys at home. Give me the white jerseys on the road. Simple, 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 simple. That's what I prefer. Give me the red helmets. And I'm a happy man. I know it's white helmets these days, but I like the old school red helmets. I always kind of felt like they were going to get it together, and they didn't. They've been very lucky this season. I have felt like they were playing with fire. They obviously almost lost to the Ravens. They got a lucky bounce, so to speak, against the Dolphins with the roughing the kicker. They got a lucky bounce, so to speak, against the Saints. They kicked the shit out of the Jets, no doubt about it, but it felt like they were playing with fire. Maybe this will help them out. Maybe this will bring them back down to earth. It will expose some weaknesses. The biggest thing for me was Stephon Diggs played out of his mind. Best he's played since leaving Buffalo. He was very annoying. I was very annoyed to see him acting the way he did, but he had every right to. And what it exemplified was that they are missing that superstar wide receiver. They don't have that guy who, when you need 10 yards, 11 yards, 13 yards, a big catch, a big moment, they don't have that guy. Kincaid, Knox are great. Keon, great. Shakir, great. But they don't have that A-plus superstar. They don't have that guy. And it's worrisome. So, you know what's just what the doctor ordered for the Buffalo Bills?
What's that?
The Falcons of Atlanta.
There we go.
Who are up next.
Before we move on from that,
got to go into Mercedes-Benz.
Yes.
On a Monday night.
Yes. Oh, hey,
hostile.
And I'm so tired of these nationally televised games. Can we just have a 1 p.m. Sunday game?
Wait, can we talk about Fred Jackson before the game, though?
He was great.
That was
Where else would you rather be?
Goosebump stuff with everyone involved. That was like going to a college game at like.
But they do that with a legend every game. They just happen to show it.
Like he felt like he understood the assignment perfectly, and he really got those fans going. Too bad it didn't.
He was fantastic. No, I'm so annoyed that they lost to the Patriots at home. They had an amazing home winning streak. Ugh, what a shame. Could have been the only undefeated team left in the league. And they had their chances. But Josh just seemed a little bit off. I'm blaming the jerseys and nothing else.
I have to say those jerseys are pretty sick.
According to 24-inch Dubs, he told you that this was a lie.
Yeah. Oh, this dude, get out of here with this guy. The Celtics. Yeah, how'd it go in May with your Celtics, huh? 24-inch Dubs. How'd it go?
Oh, shit.
How'd it go? Annoying. Don't worry.
Go back to the last question for a second. I don't know if this is the shortest, but after Jessica Andrade won the title, she lost to Zhang Weili in 42 seconds.
Wow.
So that one was shorter.
Wow.
It's tough.
I don't know if there's shorter than that. There might be.
Good one.
That one was pretty short.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Someone better have brought a tres leches for Andy.
I believe it's tres leches.
Oh,
no?
okay. Yeah.
There's no H there. I believe we did better. I believe On Air Jordan baked some cookies, which I have not tried yet.
You have to. They're so good.
There was some cake. There was some other cookie. I mean, there was a lot of love. I mean, who am I to say? Was there a lot of love?
The cake was amazing. Yes.
I'm
feeling the love today.
Gelato cake?
Yeah, pretty good
Ooh,
gelato
yes.
cake. Yeah. We saved you a slice, PT.
Thanks, man. I got it now in a minute.
What else, Frankie? What else?
McDavid taking a pay cut to
Oh, yeah.
stay with the Oilers.
Did that happen? Did he get the extension?
Yeah, 12.5 on average a year. The
And
max you can get is like 19.
man, what a guy. Number 97, Captain Canada. Going to win a gold medal probably in February, and then Stanley Cup in
Never a
June.
Stanley Cup?
June, maybe. Still a good team. What else, Frankie? What else?
People want to know how to access Uncrowned. And great show, guys.
How to access Uncrowned. Does he mean uncrowned.com?
I think so.
Just go to uncrowned.com.
Don't we think it's about the doc?
The doc?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. So the working, you know what? You're probably right. The working plan as of now is that it is going to come out October the 15th, which is in 9 days from now. And I can't wait. I'm very, very excited. I hope you guys are as well. This is the first of many. We have a second clip. Should we show that one or should we save it? Rick,
Let's save it, man.
By the way, I asked Rick earlier today if I should show any. He said no. I've shown Jeremy. Do we show the other one or no?
Oh, we got to wait.
All right.
Why do you ask when?
I like to take the temperature.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I like
Taking the temperature requires actually looking at the thermometer and going, "This is the temperature."
I asked.
When you take the temperature, you stick the thermometer in there, and then you just say, "Fuck it, whatever the temperature I decided it is." That's the temperature.
Is this how you decide dinner with?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, does that mean I should?
Yeah, roll it. Who cares? Let's do it.
Yeah, are we gonna do it?
My vote is also against it, like Rick. Save it for the.
Save it. Okay, we're gonna save it. But October 15th, which is next Wednesday, we're gonna come out with it, and I'm very excited. What else, Frankie? What else?
Sammy asks, Alex moves up Carlos versus Yuri.
Yeah. Yes. Easy, unequivocally. What else, Frankie?
It's turning into WWE Crown Jewel 2018.
I think this was in reference to when we were talking about the super fights or the big plans for 2026 and some of the older guys coming back and all that stuff. And yeah, sure.
I don't get the reference though. Was that
when they first started their deal with Saudi, they brought back, the Undertaker.
Oh, it was
and
like
all
super
these,
stacked.
Yeah,
it was like
yeah,
insane.
yeah.
Okay.
With a lot of the older stars. What else, Frankie?
Pizzi versus Juliana needs to be settled. Hear me out. BJJ match. Pizzi is trained enough and doesn't deserve this disrespect. What do you boys think?
I don't want to get fucked up with you.
Yeah,
Penna.
yeah.
I don't understand why it's always...
This guy is obsessed with this feud. I don't think it's that.
Pizzi trained for a while.
Yeah, but I think he retired.
I think the game passed me by, honestly. I tried and drop for a toe hold on Juliana. She just caved my fucking head.
Hear me out though. Terrence Crawford versus Pizzi in MMA because I heard
those fighting words.
That's a
wrestling.
scientific thing. That's more like, yeah. I have to say, the weakest part of my whole grappling game was takedown defense. So
It's tough.
You're in for a chance, buddy. You're gonna fuck me up.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Uncrowned Films is born. Alex is champ. GFL is back. And PFL is fixing their champion soup. We're entering a new renaissance in the world of combat.
Yes, sir. I'd like to think so, but we have to do the work. We can't just be here patting ourselves on the back. We got to do the work. So we're very excited, or at least I am. Rejuvenated, dare I say. So many plans. Can't wait. What else, Frank? What else?
This one's a twofer. Hi, Ariel. I have two questions. How did Conor McGregor seem on Saturday? And second, did you or anyone on the crew read my book, Mercy in Motion, from earlier this year? If so, what did y'all think? Big fan of the show.
Number one, he seemed locked in. He seemed very happy to be there. Some familiar faces were with him as well. More on that to come. Very invested in the fights, like super locked in the matchups, knew everything about what was going on. So, fair play. And I think Frank read Mercy in Motion, right?
I cannot read.
Oh, okay.
So I have not read it. I need someone to read it to me.
Someone said they read it, no? Or am I wrong?
I don't
It was
recall.
Frank. He lied.
Oh, okay. That's nice. But I heard good things. I don't remember who said it, but I heard good things.
Good.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Joe Fueling exercises his ability to identify this as a super chat.
Shout out.
Nice.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Nailed it.
What else, Frankie?
Chat Whitman, now that Alex wants to move up and calling out Jones, oh God, do you think, I will literally get scared when I start to jumble these up. Do you think Jones actually wants to fight Alex or just talk thinking it would never happen?
We'll find out. I mean, he has said repeatedly he wanted to fight Alex before the Miocic fight, after the Miocic fight. He's kind of quieted that a little bit, but a lot has changed in his life. So let's see. But there's definite footage out there of him saying he wanted to fight Alex. So I just hope the UFC doesn't stand in the way. Dana said, there's fights for him at 205, Alex. Like, yeah, I mean, there's Ulberg. Great, yes. I would love to see the Ulberg fight, but other than that, not as many. By the way, what about the fact that we all thought that Jiri was crying because Alex beat Unk, but it was really just that he was going to get a third crack at him?
It's mixed emotions there, man.
I think what he was trying to express, unless I misread it, was him saying, like, now that Alex won, this is do or die, right? The stakes have been ratcheted up to a level of I must beat Alex Pereira this time because it's not going to happen if I don't, which is kind of wild to think about. But yeah, I respect it. Yuri's a dope dude. I mean, GC, obviously is converted over to Ulberg, but
I mean, he can cry after a fight.
Yeah.
I can, express some support. It's all good.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Will you get John Martin on? How about Strickland?
I have asked if John Martin would like to come on. I do think he lives in New York, but so far I was told no can-do'sville. And I don't know. I wasn't really given a reason just yet. And Strickland is one that I would like to have on the program. Let's see.
Kind of crazy the two guest requests.
Yeah.
John Martin? John Strickland.
That's fucking crazy.
What else?
Now that Arena Guadalajara is finished and open, do you think the UFC would consider hosting the next Noche UFC there? I would fly from Washington State.
Noche UFC. Yeah, they were supposed to do that show there. It was this one, right? The September one. I would have to think when they pulled the plug on it, they said, we're going to go back. Now we all do remember I was reminded of this clip very recently. Do you remember when Dana said that their first show once the world opened back up would be at Tachi Palace in Lemoore, California? I'm wondering what happened to that, because he went on and on about how Tachi Palace and the people over there were so good to them, and they were gonna be Fight Island in the early days of the pandemic. And he said, our first show back is going to be there with fans. It's going to be there. I'm going to reward them. We appreciate their loyalty. They were amazing. First show back was in Jacksonville with fans. And then, well, they haven't been.
Jumping off that building that Chuck always talks about.
That's right. Chuck loves that story about UFC 100, Mandalay Bay. So let's see. What else, Frank? What else?
Alec in the Slice. Ariel, I saw you met Crazy Kev over the weekend.
Oh, yes. I saw Crazy Kev, yes.
How crazy is he?
I saw a lot of people at the event. Crazy Kev came up to me. He was wearing these funky glasses, and he said, you know who I am? And initially I said no.
He did.
And he
Sorry,
said,
that was his greeting?
Crazy.
Do you know who I am?
I'm paraphrasing. It's me. It's Crazy Kev. You know, it was like.
Oh, those fighting words.
That's tough.
And
They squared.
And then we took.
That's tough.
Yeah, we took a photo.
Play it to him.
He said that he heard us talking about him on the program, and yeah, it was.
I feel like he heard
a
us
brief
talking
encounter.
about him on the program, and kind of maybe something got miswired there.
Listen,
the "you know who
Don't
I am"
intro
greeting
myself.
is
I don't know if it
not
was
the move when you're crazy.
exactly, but it was like,
Do you know who I am?
you know,
That's a rough
You're really
one.
giving him a bad rate.
I'm just saying.
I'm crazy.
No.
You're also like,
Crazy Kev here. Do
No,
you know who I
you
am?
know who I am?
Meanwhile, the real
they're-
interaction was like, "Mr. Helwani, sir."
They're
Thank you,
trying
Nice.
to
Thank you
spin
so
this
much."
into something else.
Oh, come on, bro. He said, hey, Ariel.
That's how I introduced myself to Shane Gillis, too. I was like, it's me.
It's me. Here I am. You know me.
The name's Kev.
Crazy.
Crazy. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it, man. You can just
Yeah.
punchline. No
There
worries,
was-
dude.
Fuck your punchline.
Dramatic
Couldn't give me a
pause.
second to pause
Yeah.
there.
What else, Frank?
Here's
What
a
else?
punchline. Any chance Charles retires at UFC Brazil event?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I asked him this question. He said nowhere near retirement. So I don't think so. What else?
Favorite Stern era, Jackie or Artie years?
Oh, Artie, 100%. Not even a question. Loved Artie. Did you like Artie?
Yes.
I'm a huge Artie guy.
Yeah. Loved Artie. Artie was the best era, in my opinion.
Dirty Work, favorite movie.
Oh, yeah. Tremendous. Loved Artie. I was a huge Artie fan. What else, Frankie? What-
And the last super chat of the day. Hey, have you ever tried to say Yuri's name in the right way? Because it's actually Yuri with an R. Or is it just impossible?
I don't understand.
Also, for what it's
Yuri?
worth, GC, I enjoyed you tasting the Czech food, even though pierogi are Slavic.
Well, it was a Czechoslovakian restaurant.
Wait, but it's now the Czech Republic and Slovakia, two separate.
Yeah, it's been there a while, man.
Okay.
Czech and
I'm
Slovak.
not trying to get into any political.
Look, man, I got some love on that video. Top comment was like, as a Czech, this guy eats goulash correctly. And I was
Hell yeah.
like, yeah, man, I know ball.
There was
I
a
know ball.
comment from Yuri Prochazka. He said, "Look at this guy eating food.
Look at this
Trying
guy
too
eating.
hard."
Look at this guy eating Slovak food. This fake ass.
All right.
What else, Frankie? What else?
I said that was a lot.
No, I know. I just like saying that because we had so
Now,
many.
are we attempting the Yuri pronunciation, no?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I think it's
How is that meant to
I don't
describe
think-
how you say it?
I think he thought like we'd understand instantaneously, like the symbols and the pronunciation. It's not clear.
I
We don't know.
appreciate them capitalizing the R because
He asked if it's impossible. Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that R.
You got to
It may
do
be
it
Also,
phonetically.
he sent it in 200 Czech Coronas, I think.
Oh yeah,
$9.
Shut up.
Respect.
Frank, no need to belittle, man. I mean,
Yeah.
it's-
I mean, $9.
Czech Koruna.
Love it. I'd love to go to Prague one day.
It's not crown.
I've actually been before.
Oh, you have? Look
I
at
have,
you,
yeah,
world
yeah.
traveler.
Shout
Nice.
Out. Shout out. No.
Really?
Czech's
I've heard-
a dump. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
it's
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah,
It's
God.
fantastic.
Oh my God,
It
you
is-
went from being the beloved son of the Czech Republic.
Someone's
like,
gonna clip
I'm just
this out.
kidding.
and-
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. I actually do. Prague is one of my favorite European
Their
cities.
gas stations look fantastic.
Yeah, he's
full of-
probably outside of Prague. at that point.
Glazer, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of history in old Prague. Had a Petr Cech jersey.
Oh
that
yes,
I bought when I was there.
Of course,
Authentic.
the great Chelsea keeper.
Yeah, the Euros were going on while I was there. It was great. Watched in a big town square.
Oh yeah,
It was a good time.
Oh yeah. Peter Nedved.
Mm-hmm.
Pavel.
Pavel Nedved. Well, there's a Peter Nedved who was a hockey player, Pizzi. So there's multiple Nedveds.
He hasn't got shit. He couldn't lace Pavel Nedved's fucking boots.
Of course, who can forget the great Jaromir Jagr? Guys, some breaking news before we go. PFL and anti-doping program, USADA have split. So USADA seems to be out of the MMA game. MMA Junkies Nolan King reporting that the partnership between the fight promotion and drug testing program is over after several fighters and their teams were notified of their removal from the pool. Quote, we can confirm the parties have agreed to end the partnership and we wish PFL, and most importantly, PFL athletes the best going forward. USADA said to MMA Junkie in a written statement, we were honored to serve the athletes with a robust gold standard program implemented in the unique tournament style format of the PFL. PFL has replaced USADA with another anti-doping partner. However, the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation, headed by former ABC President Mike Mazzulli, will serve as the promotion's anti-doping regulator. Mazzulli previously headed Bellator's anti-doping efforts during its time under Viacom and oversees PFL international events. All right, so there you have it. Some change in the anti-doping side of things. All right, we are done. Tomorrow on the program, Pyotr Yan going to join us.
Ooh. Wow, in sync there, PT.
GC's second or third favorite, maybe first now, favorite fighter, Joey Pife, going to join us. Sergio Pettis going to join us, coming off the big spinning back fist knockout. Armin Sarukian going to join us, maybe one more as well. Another stack day. Big show coming up on Wednesday as well. And away we go. Much to be excited about in this new era. And when I say new era, I don't mean the brand new era, which I love. I love new era. I mean the Alex Pereira light heavyweight era.
Alex Pereira
light heavyweight era. Oh, got it. What do we think on air, Jordan? Game 3 coming up tomorrow. How you feeling about the Yanks?
I think we'll get this one tomorrow night, and then we'll see where we go in Game 4. Fun.
Did you happen to see the Vlad Guerrero Jr. Grand Salami?
Actually, I went to the bathroom. I came back. I said, "Did this guy just really hit a grand slam?" Looked it up. He did.
He really did. Yeah,
Good
he
for
really
him.
did. Well, I wanted to thank the guys. They got me this.
In the meantime, Ariel is going to get a jersey or a poster, something of the
We
sort.
appreciate you, audio listeners.
This thing is great. Smashing Machine. This poster, I love this. Oh, this is fantastic. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
Can't wait for it to be at the bottom of a bin in the basement.
Wow. Don't know what to say about that. Thank you to Jiri Prochazka, Youssef Zalal, Veronica Hardy, John Wood. Thanks to you. Thanks to Happy birthday, Andy. Back on Tuesday. Peace. I'm out of here.
Protect your neck, cause you come next. You oughta know best, this ain't no chess. I'm a dragon, my town, my cage, my nest. Protect your neck, cause you come next. You oughta know best, come clean my mess. I'm haunted by a mountainous silhouette lurking under my skin, constricting my reason, it's fiending.